Welcome to Classics on Twitch. Today the players present a performance of Aphra Behn's The Dutch Lover. When the play first opened in 1673, it was critically panned for being written by a woman. At the next performance, Behn added a prologue, directly lambasting those critics. Playing with the farcical tropes of love, family, and perceived incest, Behn weaves a tale of romance, while playing with gender roles and stereotypes. The stage is set. The players are ready. Let us join them in sunny Madrid for The Dutch Lover.
And welcome, Trooper.
Sorry.
Hi, y'all. Good morning. Welcome to another wonderful presentation of Classics on Twitch. And today, yes, I am putting the content warning. You may have noticed if you logged in and you weren't aware that there is an actual adult filter on for this week because comedy just needs a content warning across it. But we're gonna go around and say hello to everyone and and then I will do the spiel. So starting going clockwise, Jim, good morning.
Hey.
Thank you for jumping into this last minute. I really appreciate it.
Good morning. Wait, do I need an adult? Is that something that needs to happen here?
I mean,
did you have an adult sign the waiver for you?
Yeah,
I got you, boo.
I think, okay, thank you.
I mean,
We can give it a shot. Who knows? Hi, I'm Jim. I do stuff on the internet with people, apparently. I'm barely clinging on to the various concepts in the play with my fingernails. I read things very quickly, and I'm excited to dive in and get everything horribly wrong.
it is a farce, so that kind of sounds like it should happen. But we coming around next, Kat, thank you for being here again this morning. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Hi, I'm Kat. I'm a cleric of Cord. I love doing these plays. I love farces. They are so much fun because I'm a visual person and I get to the stage directions on these are just beautiful, and they really do paint such a picture. The stage directions are almost as fun, if not as fun as the text. And this is going to be a good one. I'm also Jim's adult today.
Okay, see there, we knew we had a responsible adult for Jim, always. Next around, skipping me, Lindy. Good morning, Lindy. How are you?
It's the morning. I'm awake. Hi, I'm awake and I'm doing spiffy. I'm prepared to die, because that is what has happened every time I've done this. Trooper and I have been lovers who die. So I'm ready for today. I'm excited. And I'm full of innuendo, so that's good. I also love how the comedy needs a content warning, but the tragedy is fine. So it's fine.
I'm gonna tell you straight up, spoiler alert, you're not going to die.
I don't know how to handle this.
And second spoiler alert, we left innuendo, and now we're just straight up into, vivid description.
Oh, fantastic. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to process this whole not dying. Maybe we can ad-lib something? I don't know.
We ad-lib a lot in this. It's a lot of fun.
Maybe we should just wield knives or something for a while.
We'll see. We'll definitely see. And then, last but certainly not least, Trooper, thank you again.
I'm Trooper SJP, and I'm full of viscera. Just so you know, that's it. I'm so excited to be here. I'm excited that my character is probably going to die because, Lindy and I, that's our thing. We're in love and we die. I mean, maybe it's just the little death. I don't know what is all going to happen. I feel like we're not going to have double entendres, just single entendres, just entendres. But I'm excited. Because it's Aphra Behn, and 17th century women playwrights are awesome. That's all. That's me.
17th century women playwrights who basically rewrite the opening of their play to tell their critics to go fuck themselves.
I need to use that salutation in all my letters now.
It is a brilliant salutation, which I will read before we get started because it is a beautiful, beautiful salutation. At least the first kind of little bit, not the whole thing, because it's like pages. It's really long. Good morning, welcome. Today we're doing a performance of Aphra Behn's The Dutch Lover, and yes, I'm going to tell you straight up right now, it is a Restoration era play, late Jacobean era, so it plays with the perceived incest love trope. There is no actual incest in this play, but there's this whole because they think they are related. But I'm going to give that content warning to you now. Also, we love to make sure that we are all on the same page, so we have a command for everybody at home, if you want to follow along, that you may use to make sure that you can follow along with the script. And that way, we just have everybody on the same page, everybody knows what's going on. We also like to say, sometimes, because these are live and unedited and unabridged, that not all of the word choices or concepts or everything is 100% what we would like it to be, based on timeline. So we like to thank Bill, because Bill Shakespeare is a great person, but sometimes these authors don't really have a modern sense of anything. Really. But, I will say that Aphra Behn is a very, very, for her time, feminist author, playwright. And just so that you are aware, this is what she wrote as the epistle to the reader. Good, sweet, honey, sugar-candied reader. Which I think is more than anyone has called you yet. I must have a word or two with you before you do advance into the treatise, but 'tis not to beg your pardon for diverting you from your affairs, but such an idle pamphlet as this, for I presume you have not much to do, and therefore are to be obliged to me for keeping you from worse employment, and if you have a better, you may get you gone about your business. But if you will misspend your time, pray lay the fault upon yourself, for I have dealt pretty fairly in the matter, told you in the title page what you are to expect within. Indeed, had I hung a sign of the immortality of the soul, of the mystery of godliness, or of the ecclesiastical policy, then had treated you with indescribability and essential substitute, words which, though I am no incompetent judge of, for want of languages, yet I fancy strongly ought to mean just nothing. With a company of apocryphal midnight tales culled from the choicest insignificant authors, if I had only proved in folio that Apollonius was a naughty knave, or had presented you with 2 or 3 of the worst principles transcribed out of the peremptory and ill-natured, though pretty ingenious, Dr. Malmesbury, and digested and ill-managed by a silly, saucy, ignorant, impertinent, ill-educated chaplain, I were then indeed sufficiently in fault. But having inscribed comedy on the beginning of my book, you may guess pretty near what pennyworths you were like to have, and wear your money and your time accordingly. I love her. Please, go find these and read these. She is just wonderful. And that's like just the first paragraph of something that goes on for like 200 lines, effectively. So, The Dutch Lover, set in Madrid, first performed in 1673. We open now our play, Act 1, Scene 1, a street. Enter Alonso and Lovis, in traveling habits, attended by Pedro and Glode.
Dear Alonso, I shall love a church the better this month for giving me a sight of thee, whom I so little expected in this part of world, and less in so sanctified a place. What affair could be powerful enough to draw thee, the kind of obliging ladies of Brabant?
First the sudden orders of my Prince Don John, and next a fair lady.
A lady? Can any of this country relish with a man that has been used to the freedom of those Brussels from whence I suppose you are now arrived?
This morning landed from such a storm as set us all to making vows of conversion upon good conditions. and that indeed brought me to church.
In that very storm I landed too, but with less sense of danger than you, being diverted with a pleasant fellow that came along with me, and who's designed to marry a sister of mine against my will. And now I think of him, glowed. Where hast thou left this master of thine?
At the inn, sir, in as lamentable a pickle as if he were still in the storm, recruiting his empty stomach with brandy, and railing against all womankind for your sister's sake, who has made him undertake this voyage.
Well, I'll come to him. Go home before.
Prithee, what thing is this?
Why, 'tis the cashier to the squire I spoke of, a man of business, and as wise as his master, but the graver coxcomb of the two. But this lady, Alonso, who is this lady thou speakst of? Shall I not know her? We were wont to divide the spoils of beauty as well as those of war between us.
Ah, but this is no such price. Thou wouldst hardly share with the danger. There's matrimony in this case.
Nay, then keep her to thyself. Only let me know who 'tis that can debauch thee to so scandalous way of life. Is she fair? Will she recompense the folly?
Faith, I know not. I never saw her yet. But 'tis the sister of Marcel, whom we both knew last summer in Flanders, and where he and I contracted such a friendship that without other consideration he promised me Hippolyta, for that's his sister's name.
Would thou really marry her?
I consider my advantage in being allied to so considerable a man as Ambrosio, her father, I being now so unhappy as not to know my birth or parents.
I've often heard of some such thing, but durst not ask the truth of it.
'Tis so. All that I know of myself is that that a Spanish soldier who brought me up in the army, dying, confessed I was not his son, which till then I believed, and at the age of 12 left me to shift for myself. The fortune he enriched me with was his horse and arms, with a few documents to how to use them, as I had seen him do with good success. This servant and a crucifix of value. Points to Pedro. And from one degree or another, I arrived to what you knew me, colonel of the prince's regiment, and the glory of his favor.
Honor is the child of virtue, and finds an honor everywhere.
Oh, sir, you are a courtier. You have much the odds of a soldier in parleys of this nature. But hither I am come.
To be undone, faith thou lookst ill upon't.
I confessed I am not altogether so brisk as I should have been upon another occasion. You know, Lovis, I have been used to Christian liberty, and hate this formal courtship. Pox on it, would 'twere over.
Where all parties are agreed, there's little need of that, and the ladies of Spain, whatever gravity they assume, are as ready as any you've ever met with all.
But there's a damned custom that does not at all agree with men so frank and gay as thou and I. There's a deal of danger in the achievement, which some say heightens the pleasure, but I am of another opinion.
Sir, there's a female in the Vale has followed us ever since we came from church.
Some amorous adventure, see she.
And her Olinda.
She advances. Prithee retire. There may be danger in it.
Oh, then I must by no means leave you.
Let us advances.
Which of these two shall I choose? Sir, you appear a stranger.
We are both so, lady.
I shall spoil all and bring the wrong. Sir, you should be a cavalier.
I would gladly obey your orders.
Nay, I find 'tis all one to you, which you choose. So you have one of us, but would not both do better?
Oh, no, sir, my commission's but to one.
Fix and proceed, then. Let me be the man.
What shall I do? They are both well. But I'll e'en choose as 'twere for myself, and hang me if I know which that shall be. Sir, there is a lady of quality and beauty, who, guessing you to be men of honor, has sent me to one of you.
Me, I'm sure.
Me. He's engaged already.
That's foul play, Lovis.
Well, I must have but one, and therefore I'll wink and choose.
I'll not trust blind fortune.
Prithee, Lovelace, let thee and I agree upon the matter, and I find the lady will be reasonable. Cross or pile, who shall go?
Go, sir, whither?
To the lady that...
Sent for neither of us that I can hear of yet.
You will not hear me out, but I'll end the difference by choosing you, sir. And if you'll follow me to Alonso at a distance, I will conduct you where the lady is.
Fair guide, march on, I'll follow thee.
You're not mad, sir. 'Tis some abuse and dangerous.
Pulls him back. Be not envious of my happiness. Forbear a wench for fear of danger.
Have a care. 'Tis some plot. Holds him. Where did this lady see us? We are both strangers in the city.
No matter where.
At church, sir, just now.
I at church. At church enough.
What's her name?
Away, thou art fuller of questions than a fortune teller. Come, let's be gone.
Sure, you do not mean to keep your word, sir.
Not keep my word, Lovis. What wicked life hast thou known me lead? Should make thee suspect I should not. When I have made an interest in her and find her worth communicating, I will be just upon honor. Go.
Well, go your ways. If marriage do not tame you, you are past all hopes. But pray, sir, let me see you at my lodgings, the Golden Fleece here at the gate.
I'll attend thee there and tell thee my adventure. Farewell.
Exit Lovis.
Pedro, you go and inquire for the house of Don Ambrosio and tell him I will wait on him in the evening. By that time, I shall get myself in order. Exeunt Alonso and Olinda, Pedro the other way.
Scene 2, House of Ambrosio. Enter Silvio, melancholy.
I must remove Marcel for his nice honor. Will ne'er permit that I should court my sister. My passion will admit of no restraint. 'Tis grown so violent, and fair Cleolante's charms each day increase to such a killing number that I must speak or die.
Okay.
And, Francesca. What? Still with folded arms and downcast looks?
Oh, Francesca! My brother's presence now afflicts me more than all my fears of cruelty from Cleolante. She is the...
I don't know, you seem to have lost your voice there, Silvio. Are you well?
I accidentally hit the space bar in my rage of passion. She is the best, the sweetest, the kindest sister.
Aye, sir, but she will never make the kindest mistress.
At least she should permit me to adore her. Were but Marcel away, hast thou no stratagem to get him absent? For I can think of nothing but my sister.
I know of none, nor other remedy for you than loving less.
Oh, 'tis impossible. Thou know'st I've tried all the ways, made my address to the fairest virgins in Madrid, nay, and at last fell to the worst debauchery, that of frequenting every common house. But souls that feed so high on love as mine must nauseate course or diet. No, I must still love on and tell her so, or I must live no longer.
That methinks you might do even in the presence of Marcel. A brother is allowed to love a sister.
But I shall do it in such a way, Francesca, be so transported and so passionate, I shall betray what he will ne'er endure, and since our other sister, loose Hippolyta, was lost, he does so guard and watch the fair Cleolante.
Why quarrel with him, then, sir? You know you are much dearer to my lord, your father, than he is. That should perceive a difference between ye. He would soon dismiss him the house, and 'twere but reason, sir, for I am sure Don Marcel loves you not.
That I excuse, since he is the lawful heir to all my father's fortunes, sees it every day ready to be sacrificed to me. Who can pretend no title to it, but the unaccountable love my father bears me?
Can you dissemble, sir?
the worst of any man, but would endeavor it, if it could anyways advance my love.
Which I must find some way to ruin. Then court his mistress.
The rich Flavia?
That would not incense him, for her he is to marry, but 'tis the fair Clorinda has his heart.
To act a feigned love and hide a real one is what I have already tried in vain. Even fair Clorinda I have courted too, and hope that way to banish from my soul the hopeless flame Cleolante has kindled there. But 'twas a shame to see how ill I did dissemble.
Stay, sir, here comes Marcel. I'll leave you. Exit Francesca, enter Marcel with a letter open in his hand, which he kisses.
Kind messenger of love, thus, 1,000 times I bid thee welcome from my fair Clorinda. Thus joyful bridegrooms after long despairs possess the yielding treasure of their arms. Only thus much the happier lover I, who gather all the sweets of this fair maid without the ceremonious tire of marriage, that tie that does but nauseate the delight be far from happy lovers, will embrace as unconfined and free as whispering air that mingles wantonly with spreading flowers.
What's all this?
Silvio, the victory's won. The heart that nicely stood it out so long now yields upon conditions.
What victory, or what heart?
I am all rapture. I cannot speak it out. My senses have caroused too much joy, and like young drunkards, proud of their new tried strength, have made my pleasure less by the excess.
This is wondrous. Impart some of your overcharge to me. The burden lightened will be more supportable.
Read here, and change thy wonders when thou knowest how happy man can be. I give him a letter.
I read it. Marcel, Dorminda will have me tell you what efforts your vows have made, and how easily they have drawn from me a consent to see you, as you're desired this night in my chamber. You've sworn to marry me, and love will have me credit you, and then methinks I ought not to deny you anything or question your virtue. Dorminda will wait to throw you down the key when we are all in bed. That will conduct to you, your Clorinda. Damn her for a dissembler in this chaste, the excellent Clorinda, whom whilst I courted was as cold and nice as a young nun the day she is invested.
How now, brother? What displeased with it?
A little, sir, to see another's happiness, whilst I wear ear, I pay my vows and sighs, get nothing but disdain, and yet the shape and face I never thought unhandsome.
These be the least approaches to a heart. 'Tis not dull looking well to do the feat. There is a knack in love, a critical minute, and women must be watched as witches are, ere they confess, and then they yield apace.
Sir, there's without a servant of Don Alonso's who says his master will be here tonight.
Alonso? Oh, now I begin to wake from love, like one from some delightful dream, to reassure my wonted cares and shame. I will not speak with him. Oh, Hippolyta, thou poor lost thing, Hippolyta, how art thou fallen from honor and from virtue, and livest in whoredom with an impious villain, who in revenge to me has thus betrayed thee. Keep thyself closer than thou'st done thy sin, for if I find thee out, by all that's good, thou hadst more mercy on thy slaughtered honor than I will have for thee. And thou, Antonio, that hast betrayed her, who till profaned by thee was chaste as shrines and pure as our vows, as are the vows offered there, that rape which thou committed on her innocence, I will revenge as shall become her brother.
Stay, Marcel. I can inform you where these lovers are.
Oh, tell me quickly then, that I may take them in their foul embraces and send their souls to hell.
Last night, I made a youthful sally to one of those houses where love and pleasure are sold at dearest rates.
A bordello. Forwards, pray.
Yes, at the corner of St. Jerome's, where after seeing many faces, which pleased me not, I would have took my leave, but the matron of the house, a kind, obliging lady, seeing me so nice and of quality, though disguised, told me she had a beauty, such an one as Count de Olivier's in his height of power seen, he would have purchased at any rate. I grew impatient to see this fine thing, and promised largely. Then leading me to a room as gay and as perfumed as altar upon holy day, I saw seated upon a couch of state
Hippolyta?
Hippolyta, our sister, dressed like a Venice courtesan,
No!
with all the charms of a loose wanton, singing and playing to a ravished lover, who I perceived assisted to expose her.
Well, sir, what followed?
Surprised at the sight of this, I did withdraw, and left them laughing at my little confidence.
How? Left them? And left them living too?
If a young wench will be gadding, who can help it?
Steph, you should, were that you have her brother, which my father too dotingly believes you.
How? Do you question his belief, Marcel?
I ne'er considered it. Be gone and leave me.
Am I a dog that thus you bid me vanish? And how dare you upbraid me with my birth, which, no, Marcel, is more illustrious far than thine, being begot when love was in his reign, with all his youth and heat about him? I, like birds of bravest kind, was hatched in the hot sunshine of delight, whilst thou, Marcel, wert poorly brooded in the cold nest of wedlock.
Thy mother was some base notorious strumpet, and by her witchcraft reduced my father's soul, and in return she paid him with a bastard, which was thou.
Marcel, thou liest.
Oh, thou, 'twere no point of valor, but of rashness, to fight thee. Yet, I'll do it.
By heaven, I will not put this injury up.
They fight. Silvio is wounded. They fight again. Enter Ambrosio and Cliente behind him. Silvio falls into the arms of Cliente.
Oh!
Poor Ambrosio, he is so overwhelmed. He can't speak for a moment.
He was muted. Hold, I command you, hold! I traitor to my blood, what hast thou done?
To Marcel, who kneels and lays his sword at his feet.
In fair Cleolante's arms. Oh, I could kiss the hand that gives me death, so that I might thus expire.
Pray, hear me, sir, before you condemn me.
I will hear nothing but thy death pronounced. Since thou hast wounded him, if it be mortal, have I not charged thee on thy life, Marcel? Thou shouldst not hold discourse with him of any kind.
I did foresee my fate, but could not shun it.
What ho! And he takes his sword and goes down. All right. What ho, Biscay surgeon! On your lives, a surgeon! Where be these rascals?
I would not have a surgeon search my wound with rude and heavy hands. Yours, Fleur Cleolante, can apply the balsam far more successfully, for they are soft and white as down of swans, and every touch is sovereign.
But I should die with looking on your wounds.
And I shall die unless you cure them, sister.
With the experience of mine to save your life is both my wish and duty.
I thank ye, pretty innocents.
She leads him in. Scene 3. A grove. Discovers Euphemia alone, walking.
Oh, Linda stays long. I hope she's overtook the cavalier. Lord, how I am concerned. If this should be love now, I were in a fine condition, at least if he be married or a lover. Oh, that fear! Hang me if it has not disordered me all over. Let's see, where she comes with him too.
Enter Olinda and Alonso.
Well, here he is, madam. I hope 'tis the right man.
Madam, you see what haste I make to obey your kind commands?
'Twas kindly done, sir, but I fear when you know to what end 'tis you'll repent your haste.
It is very likely, but if I do, you are not the first of your sex that has put me to repentance. But lift up your veil, and if your face be good, offers to lift up her veil.
Stay, you are too hasty.
Nay, let's have fair play on both sides. I'll hide nothing from you. Offers again.
I have a question or two to ask you first.
I can promise nothing till I see my reward. I am a base barterer. Here's one for t'other. Here's one for t'other. You saw your man and liked him. And if I like you when I see you, offers again.
But you do not. Must all my liking be cast away?
As for that, trust to my good nature. A frank wench has hitherto taken me as much a beauty as much. A frank wench has hitherto taken me as much as beauty, and once proof you have already given of that in this kind invitation. Come, do not lose my my little new gotten good opinion of thee by being coy and peevish. Offers again.
You are strangely impatient, sir.
Oh, you should like me the better for that. 'Tis a sign of youth and fire.
But, sir, before I let you see my face.
I hope I must not promise you to like it.
No, that were too unreasonable. But I must know whether you are a lover.
What an idle question's that to brisk a young fellow? To a brisk young fellow? To brisk a young fellow? What the hell? What an idle question's that to a brisk young fellow? A lover, yes, and that as often as I see in your face.
That I'll allow.
That's kindly said. And now do I find I shall be in love with thine as soon as I see't, for I am half so with thy humor already.
Are you not married, sir?
Married?
Now I dread his answer. Yes, married.
Why, I hope you make no scruple of conscience to be kind to a married man.
Nor do I find you hope I am a courtesan that come to bargain for a night or two. But if I possess you, it must be forever.
Forever let it be, then. Come, let's begin on any terms.
I cannot blame you, sir, for this mistake, since what I've rashly done has given you cause to think that I am not virtuous.
Faith, madam, man is a strange, ungoverned thing, yet I in the whole course of my life have taken the best care I could to make as few mistakes as possible, and treating all womankind alike, we seldom err. For where we find one as you profess to be, we happily light on 100 of the sociable and reasonable sort.
But sure, you are so much a gentleman that you may be convinced.
Faith, if I be mistaken, I cannot devise what other use you can make of me.
In short, this. I must leave you instantly, and will only tell you I am the sole daughter of a rich parent, young, and, as I am not told, not unhandsome. I am contracted to a man I never saw, nor, I am sure, shall not like when I do see, he having more vice and folly than his fortune will excuse, though a great one, and I'd rather die than marry him.
I understand you, and you would have me dispatch this man.
I am not yet so wicked. The church is the only place I'm allowed to go to, and till now could never see the man that was perfectly agreeable to me. Thus veiled, I'll venture to tell you so.
What the devil will this come to? Her mien and shape are strangely graceful, and her discourse is free and natural. What a damned defeat is this, that she should be honest now?
Well, sir, what answer? I see he is uneasy.
Why, as I was saying, madam, I'm a stranger.
I like you better for that.
But, madam, I am a man unknown in the world, and much unworthy the honor you do me. Would I were well rid of her, and yet I find a damnable inclination to stay too. Will nothing but matrimony serve your turn, madam? Pray use a young lover as kindly as you can.
Nothing but that will do, and that must be done.
Must? As life, this is the first of her sex that ever was beforehand with me, and yet I should be forced to deny her too.
I fear his answer, Alinda.
At least 'tis but making a discovery of your beauty, and then you have him sure.
Madam, 'tis a matter of moment and requires deliberation. Besides, I have made a kind of promise.
Never to marry?
No, faith, 'tis not so well. But since now I find we are both in haste, I am to be married.
This, I am sure, it is an excuse, but I'll fit him for it. To be married, said you. That word has killed me. Oh, I feel it drill through the deep wounds his eyes have lately made. 'Twas much unkind to make me hope so long. She leans on Olinda as if she is wounded and pulls off her veil. He stands gazing at a distance.
Sure, she does but counterfeit, and now I'll play my part. Oh, madam, madam!
What wondrous thing is that? I should not look upon it. It changes nature in me.
Have you no pity, sir? Come nearer, pray.
Sure, there's witchcraft in that face. It never could have seized me thus else. I have loved 1,000 times, yet never felt such joyful pains before.
She does it rarely. What mean you, sir?
I never was a captive till this hour. If in her death such certain wounds she give, what mischief she would do if she should live. Yet she must live, and live that I may prove whether this strange disorder here be love. Divine, divinest maid.
Come near, sir.
Kneels.
You'll do a lady no good at that distance. Speak to her, sir.
Rises, comes to her, gazing still. I know not what to say. I am unused to this soft kind of language. But if there be a charm in words and such, and may conjure her to return again, prithee instruct me in them. I'll say anything, do anything, and suffer all the wounds her eyes can give.
Sure, he is real. Alas, I am discovered. How came my veil off?
that you have let me see that lovely face may move your pity, not your anger, madam. Pity the wounds 'tis made, pity the slave who till this moment boasted of his freedom.
May I believe all this? For that we easily do in things we wish.
Command me things impossible to all sense but a lover's, I will do it. To show me the truth of this, I could even give you the last proof of it and take you at your word to marry you.
Oh, wondrous reformation! Marry me!
How do you mock my grief?
What a strange dissembling thing is man, to put me off too. You were to be married.
I had forgot, Hippolyta.
See, Olinda, the miracle increases. He can be serious too. How do you, sir?
'Tis you have robbed me of my native humor. I ne'er could think till now.
And to what purpose was it now?
Why, love and honor were at odds within me, and I was making peace between them.
How fell that out, sir?
About a pair of beauties, women that set the whole world at odds. She that is honor's choice I never saw, and love has taught me new obedience here.
What means he? I fear he is in earnest.
It is nothing but his aversion to marriage, which most young men dread nowadays.
I must have this stranger or I must die. For whatever face I put upon it, I am far gone in love, but I must hide it. Well, since I have missed my aim, you shall never boast my death. I'll cast myself away upon the next handsome young fellow I meet, though I die for it. And so farewell to you, loving sir.
Stay, do not marry as you esteem the life of him that shall possess you.
Sure you will not kill him?
By heaven, I will.
Oh, I'll trust you, sir. Farewell, farewell.
You shall not go in triumph thus unless you take me with you.
Well, since you're so resolved and so in love, I'll give you leave to see me once more at a house at the corner of St. Jerome's, where this maid shall give you entrance.
Why, that's generously said.
As soon as 'tis dark, you may venture.
Till then will be an age. Farewell, fair saint, to thee and all my quiet till we meet. Exit.
Exit. End of the first act.
Act to scene 1. The street. Enter Marcel in a cloak, alone.
The night comes on and offers me 2 pleasures, the least of which would make another blessed: love and revenge. But whilst I dispute which happiness to choose, neglect them both. The greatest bliss that mankind can possess persuades me this way to my fair Clorinda. But tyrannic honor presents the credit of my house before me, and bids me first redeem its fading glory by sacrificing that false woman's heart that has undone its fame. But stay, O conscience, when I look within and lay my anger by, I find that sin, which I would punish in Antonio's soul, lie nourished up in mine without control. To fair Clorinda, such a siege I lay, as did that traitor to Hippolyta. Only Hippolyta a brother has, Clorinda none to punish her disgrace, and 'tis more glory the defense to win than is to make than to take unguarded virtue in. Either I must my shameful love resign, or my more brave and just revenge decline.
Enter Alonso, dressed with Lovis. Marcel stays.
I'm very glad I'm dressed. But to be thus in love is not a wonder, Lovis.
No, sir, it'd been much greater if you'd stayed a night in town without being so, and I shall see this wonder as often as you see a new face of a pretty woman.
I do not say that I shall lose all passion for the fair sex hereafter, but on my conscience, this amiable stranger has given me a deeper wound than I ever received from any before.
Well, you remember the bargain.
What bargain?
To communicate, you understand?
There's the devil on it. She is not such a prize. Oh, were she not honest, friend?
Is it so to do? What, you pretend to be a lover and she honest, now only to deprive me of my part? Remember this, Alonso.
Did I not hear Alonso named?
By all that's good, I am in earnest, friend. May thy own eyes shall convince thee of the power of hers. Her veil fell off, and she appeared to me like unexpected day from out a cloud. The lost benighted traveler sees not the approach of the next morning's sun with more transported joy than I this ravishing and unknown beauty.
Hey, Day, what stuff's here? Nay, now I see thou art quite gone indeed.
I fear it. Oh, had she not been honest, what joy, what heaven of joys she would distribute. With such a face and shape, a wit and mien, but as she is, I know not what to do.
You cannot marry her.
I would not willingly, though I think I'm free. For Pedro went to Marcel to tell him I was arrived and would wait on him, but he was treated more like a spy than a messenger of love. They sent no answer back, which I tell you, Lovis, angers me. 'Twas not the entertainment I expected from my brave friend Marcel. But now I am for the fair stranger, who by this expects me.
'Tis Alonso. Oh, how he animates my rage and turns me over to revenge upon Hippolyta and her false lover.
Who's this that walks before us?
No matter who. They've gone out.
See, he stops.
Let him do what he please. We will outgo him. They go out.
This man who e'er he be still follows us.
I care not. Nothing shall hinder my design. I'll go, though I make my passage through his heart. They enter at another door. He follows.
See, he advances. Pray stand by a little.
Sure, there's some trick in this, but I'll not fear it. This is the street, and here about the house. This must be it. If I can get admittance now. Enter Alinda with a light. Oh, sir, are you come? My lady grew impatient. She takes me for some other. This is happy.
Gods, is not that the maid that first conducted me to the fair thing that robbed me of my heart?
I think it is.
She gives admittance to another man. All womankind are false. I'll in and tell her so. Offers to go.
You are too rash. 'Tis dangerous.
I do despise thy counsel. Let me go.
If you're resolved, I'll run the hazard with you.
Scene 2. They both go in. The scene changes to a chamber. Enter from one side Olinda, lighting in Marcel, muffled as before in his cloak. From the other, Antonio leading in Euphemia, veiled.
By heavens, 'tis she, vile strumpet! Throws off my cloak and snatches her from him.
Alas, this is not he whom I expected.
Marcel.
Sorry, this is Antonio. Enter Antonio.
Sorry. Crap.
Marcel, I had rather have encountered my evil angels in thee.
Draws.
I do believe thee, base ungenerous coward. I also
Draws.
draw.
They fight. Marcel disarms Antonio by wounding his hand. Enter Alonso, who goes betwixt them and with his sword drawn opposes Marcel, who is going to kill Antonio. Lovis follows him.
Gotcha. Take courage, sir.
To Antonio,
Antonio?
who goes out mad.
Yeah.
So mad. Oh. Prevented. Whoe'er thou beest, it was unjustly done to save his life who merits death by a more shameful way. Thanks ye gods, she still remains to meet that punishment that's due to her foul lust.
Offers
To run at her.
Alonso goes between. Tis this way, you must make your passage then.
What art thou, that thus a second time darest interpose between revenge and me?
'Tis Marcel, what can this mean? 'Tis Marcel, what can this mean? Dost thou not know me, friend? Look on me well.
Alonso here, I shall die with shame. As thou'st my friend, remove from that bad woman whose sins deserve no sanctuary.
What can he mean? I dare not show my face.
I do believe this woman is a false one, but still she is a woman and a fair one, and would not suffer thee to injure her, though I believe she has undone thy quiet, as she has lately mine.
Why dost thou know it then? Stand by. I shall forget thou art my friend else, and through thy heart reach hers.
Nothing but love could animate him thus. He is my rival. Marcel, I will not quit 1 inch of ground. Do what thou darest, for know I do adore her, and thus am bound by love to her defense. Offers to fight Marcel. Retires in wonder.
Who retires in wonder.
Hold, noble stranger, hold.
Have you such pity on your lover there?
Help, help! Her veil falls off. Again.
Huh? Huh? Enter Politra, dressed like a courtesan, sees Marcel.
Oh gods, my brother, in pity, sir, defend me from the just rage of that incensed man. Runs behind Lovis.
Who Marcel stands gazing on both with wonder.
Huh?
I know not the meaning of all this, but however, I'll help the lady in distress. Madam, you are safe whilst I am your protector. Leads her out.
I've lost the power of striking where I ought, since my misguided hand so lately erred. Oh, rage, dull, senseless rage, how blind and rude it makes us. Pardon, fair creature, my unruly passion, and I only blame your veil, which hid that face, whose innocence and beauty hath disarmed it. I took you for the most perfidious woman, the falsest, loosest thing.
How? Are you a stranger to her?
Yes, I am. Have you forgiven me, madam?
Sir, I have.
And I offer to go out.
Stay, friend, and let me know your quarrel.
Oh, not for the world, Alonso.
This is unfriendly, sir.
Thou dost delay me from the noblest deed on which the honor of my house depends, a deed which thou wilt curse thyself for hindering. Farewell.
What can the meaning of this be?
Oh, do not ask. Let us quickly leave this dangerous place.
does not belong to you?
No, but you would like me the better if it did, for sir. It is a
Upon my life, a bawdy house.
so they call it.
You do amaze me.
Truth is, not daring to trust my friends or relations with a secret that so nearly concerned me as the meeting you and hearing of a newcome courtesan living in this house, I sent her word I would make her a visit, knowing she would gladly receive it from a maid of my quality. When I came, I told her my business, and very frankly, she offered me her house and the service. Perhaps you'd like me the worse for this bold venture, but when you consider my promised husband is every day expected, you will think it just to secure myself anyway.
You could not give me a greater proof than this of what you say. You bless me with your love.
I will not question you are earnest. At least if any doubt remain, these will resolve it. Gives him letters.
What are these, madam?
Letters, sir. I intercepted them from the father of my designed husband out of Flanders to mine.
What use can I make of them?
Only this. Put yourself into an equipage very ridiculous and pretend you are my foolish lover arrived from Flanders. Call yourself Hans von Errol and give my father these. As for rest, I'll trust your wit.
What shall I say or do? What shall I say or do now?
Come, no study, sir. This must be done, and quickly too, or you will lose me.
Two great evils, but if I had but the grace to choose the least now, that is, lose her.
Have you but tonight to consider it?
Short warning this, but I am damnably in love and cannot withstand temptation. Kisses her hand.
I had forgot to tell you my name's Euphemia. My father's you will find on the letters, and pray show your love in your haste. Farewell.
Stay, fair Euphemia, and let me pay my thanks and tell you that I must obey you.
I give a credit where I give a heart. Go inquire my birth and fortune. As for you, I am content with what I see about you.
That's bravely said. Nor will I ask one question about you, not only to return the bounty, but to avoid all things that look like the approaches to a married life. If fortune will put us together, let her Eden provide for us.
I must be gone. Farewell, and pray make haste.
There's no resisting those looks, Euphemia. One more to fortify me well, for I shall have need of every aid in this case. Look at me and go.
Scene 3. Enter Antonio in haste with Hippolyta, weeping as passing over the stage.
Come, let us haste. I fear we are pursued.
Whither shall we fly?
We are near the gate and must secure ourselves with the darkness of the night in St. Peter's Grove. We dare not venture into any house.
They exit. Enter Clorinda and Dormida above in the balcony. Clorinda, sorry. Canst thou not see him yet? Cat, you want it?
Yeah, I'll take it. Good lack-a-day, what an impatient thing is a young girl in love.
Nay, good Dorminda, let not want of sleep make thee testy.
In good time, you are my governess, or I yours, that you give me instructions. Go get you in, or I shall lay down my office.
Nay, wait a little longer, I'm sure he will come.
You are sure? You have wondrous skill indeed in the humors of men. How come you to be so well acquainted with them? You scarce ever saw any but Don Marcel, and him too but through a grate or a window or at church. And yet you are sure. I am a little the elder of the two, and have managed many intrigues of this kind as any woman, and never found a constant just man, as they say, of 1,000, and yet you are sure.
Why is it possible Marcel should be false?
Marcel? No, sweetheart, he is that man of 1,000.
But if he should, you have undone me by telling me so many pretty things of him.
Still, you question my ability, which by no means I can endure. Get you in, I say.
Do not speak so loud. You will wake my mother.
At your instructions again. Do you question my conduct and management of this affair? Go watch for him yourself. I'll have no more to do with you. You're back on our edge.
Will you be so barbarous to leave me to myself, after having made it your business this 3 months to solicit a heart which was but too ready to yield before, after having sworn to me how honourable all his intents were, nay, and made me write to him to come tonight? And now, when I have done this, and am trembling with fear and shame, and yet an infinite desire to see him too, thou wilt abandon me? Go with such as you oblige? 'Tis but to be insolent with the more freedom.
You are angry, I'll warrant.
I'll punish myself to pay thee back, and I will not see Marcel.
What a pettish fool is a maid in love at 15. How unmanageable. But I'll forgive all. Go get you in. I'll watch for your lover. I would not have you disoblige a man of his pretensions and quality for all the world.
Clorinda goes in. Enter Alonso below.
How do I want Lovis extremely to consult with him about this business? For I am afraid the devil or love or both are so great with me that I must marry this fair enchantress, which is very unluckily. But since Ambrosio and Marcel refuse to see me, I hold myself no longer engaged in honor to Hippolyta.
Worst, sir.
Who's there?
'Tis I, your servant. Sir, you are a fine spark, are you not, to make a fair creature wait so long for you? There's the key. Open the door softly and come in. Throws him down a key and a handkerchief.
What's this? I'll ask no questions. So fair a creature, said she. Now, if 'twere to save my life, I cannot forbear. I must go in. Should Euphemia know this, she would call it levity and inconstance. But I plead necessity and will be judged by the amorous men, not by the jealous women. For certain this lady, whoe'er she be, designs me a more speedy favor than I can hope from Euphemia, and on easier terms, too. This is the door that must conduct to the languishing Venus. Opens the door and goes in, leaving it unshut.
Enter Marcel with a sword drawn.
Thus far I have pursued the fugitives, who by the help of hasty fear and night are got beyond my power. Unlucky accident. But had I but killed Antonio or Hippolyta, either had made my shame supportable. But though I have missed the pleasure of revenge, I will not that of love. One look at fair Clorinda will appease the madness which this disappointment raised. Let me go and look through the window. I'm sure there will be no misunderstanding whatsoever. None appears yet. Dormita was to throw me down the key. The door is open, left so to give me entrance. I'll just go to the door then.
Scene 4 changes to a dark hall and discovers Alonso groping about in the hall.
Now I am in a worse condition than before, can neither advance nor retreat. I do not like this groping alone in the dark thus. Whereabouts am I? I dare not call. With this fair thing she spoke of, but now half so impatient as I, she would bring a light and conduct me.
Enter Marcel.
Oh, it is wondrous dark.
A man's voice that way. That's not so well. It may be some lover, husband, or brother, none of which are to be trusted in this case. Therefore, I'll stand upon my guard.
Drops.
Pause.
Marcel comes towards, jostling him.
Who's there?
A man.
A man? None such inhabit here. By business?
This shall answer you, since there's no other way.
They fight. Alonso wounds Marcel, who fights him to the door. Alonso goes out. Marcel gropes to follow.
This is not just ye gods to punish me, and let thy traitor escape unknown too. Methought 'twas Silvio's voice, or else a sudden thought of jealousy come into my mind would make me think so.
Enter Clorinda and Dormita with a light. I tell you, I did hear the noise of fighting.
Why, between whom should it be? I'd sworn Marcel came in alone.
Marcel! And wounded too. Oh, I am lost.
Keep your false tears to bathe your lover's wounds, for I perhaps have given some. Thou old assistant to her lust, whose greatest sin is wishing, tell me who 'twas thou didst procure for her. Oh.
Alas, I cannot imagine who it should be, unless Don Silvio, who has sometimes made addresses to her. But oh, the house is up. Madam, we are undone. Let's fly for heaven's sake.
Oh, Marcel, can you believe?
A noise.
Come, come, I'll not be undone for your vital saddles. Saddles? I have no idea.
Fiddle
Vital
saddles.
saddles.
Saddles. I don't know.
Saddles, okay.
Fiddle faddle.
I'll lay it on all of you if I be taken.
So that I could not guess at this today by his anger at the letter I foolishly showed him. He is my rival, and 'tis with him she's fled. And I'll endeavor to pursue them. Oh, but my strength complies with their design, and shamefully retires to give them leave to play their amorous game out.
Leaning on his sword, he goes out, faintly.
Oh.
Scene 5. Changes to the street. Discovers Alonso alone.
This act of mine was rash and ill-natured, and I cannot leave the street with a good conscience till I know what mischief I have done.
Enter Dormita with Clorinda.
Ha, ladies from the same house. These are birds that I have frighted from their nests. I am sure I'll proffer my service to them.
Do not make more haste.
How can she go whose life is left behind? Besides, I know not whither we should go. Ye the powers that guard the innocent protect us.
These must be some whom I have injured. Ladies, you seem as in distress.
Oh, sir, as you are a gentleman, assist a pair of virgins.
What's this, a mumping matron? I hope the other's young, or I have offered my service to little purpose.
Sir, if you will have the charity to assist us, do it speedily. We shall be very grateful to you.
Madam, I will, but know not where to carry ye. My lodging is an inn, and is neither safe nor honorable, but fortune dares no less than protect the fair, and I'll venture my life in your protection and service.
Enter Marcel, faintly.
Stay, traitor, stay. Oh, they are out of sight. But may my cursor take them in their flight.
Exit Marcel. Scene 4. The Chamber of Cleante. She is discovered in her nightgown at a table as undressing Francesca behind her. Francesca, thou art dull tonight. You will not give me leave to talk. Not that way indeed. Thou hast no stories but of love and of my brother Silvio. None that you wish to hear. But I'll do what you please, so you will not oblige me to sigh for you. Then pray thee, sing to me. What song? A merry or a sad? Please die by own humour, for thou singest best. Well, madam, I'll obey you and please myself. She then sings a song that is very long, and I will not.
After the song, enter Silvio, all undressed, gazing wildly on Cleante, his arm tied up.
My brother Silvio, at this late hour and in my lodgings too. How do you, sir? Are you not well?
Oh, why did nature give me being? Or why create me brother to Cleolante? Or give her charms and me the sense to adore him?
Dear brother.
Ah, Cleolante.
Takes her by the hand and gazes longingly. What would you, sir?
I am not well.
Sleep, sir, will give you ease.
I cannot sleep. My wounds do rage and burn so, as they put me past all power of rest.
We'll call your surgeon, sir.
He can contribute nothing to my cure, but I must owe it all to thee, Cleolante.
Instruct me in the way. Give me your arm, and I will bathe it in 1,000 tears. Goes to analyze his arm. and breathed so many sighs into your wound.
Sounds unsanitary. Let that slight hurt alone and search this here.
How? Are you wounded there, and would not let us know all this while?
I durst not tell you, but designed to suffer, rather than trouble you with my complaints, but now my pain is greater than my courage.
Oh, he will tell her that he loves her for sure. Sit down, let me see it.
He sits down. She puts her hand into his bosom.
Oh, foolish innocence. You have deceived me, brother. There's no wound.
Oh, take away your hand. It does increase my pain and wounds me deeper.
No, surely, sir, my hand is very gentle.
Therefore it hurts me, sister, the very thoughts of touches by so soft and fair a hand, playing about my heart, are not to be endured with life.
Alas, what means my brother?
Can you not guess, fair sister, have my eyes so ill expressed my soul? Or has your innocence not suffered you to understand my sighs? Have then 1,000 tales which I have told you, of broken hearts and lovers' languishments, not served to tell you that I did adore you?
Oh, let me still remain in innocence rather than sin so much to understand you. I can endure no more, and Francesca goes out.
Can you believe it is sin to love a brother? It is not so in nature.
Not as a brother, sir, but otherwise it is by all the laws of men and heaven.
Sister, so 'tis that we should do no murder, and yet you daily kill, and I among the number of your victims must charge you with the sin of killing me, a lover and a brother.
What would you have me do?
Why, I would have thee do I know not what. Still, to be with me yet that will not satisfy. To let me look upon thee still that is not enough. I dare not say to kiss thee and embrace thee. That would make me wish I dare not tell thee what.
I must not hear this language from a brother. She goes to
What
leave.
a vile thing's a brother. Stay, take this dagger and add one wound more.
He kneels and offers her a dagger, and holds her by the coat.
To those your eyes have given, and after that you'll find no trouble from my sighs and tears.
Enter Francesca.
Enter Francesca.
By this she understands him curse on her innocence. 'Tis fuel to his flame. Madam, there is below a lady who desires to speak with the mistress of the house. At this hour, a lady? Who can it be? I know not, but she seems of quality. Is she alone? Attended by a gentleman and an old woman. Perhaps someone that needs kind assistance. My father is in bed, and I'll venture to know their business. Bring her up. 'Twere good you should retire, sir.
I will, but have care of me, Cleolante. I fear I shall grow mad and so undo thee. Love me, but do not let me know too much.
He goes out. Enter Francesca, with lights, followed by Alonso, Clorinda, and Dormadia. Alonso gazes on Cleante a while. Sorry. Wait, hold on. Oh, crap. Is me you would command? I know not what to say. I am so disordered.
What troops of beauties she has. Sufficient to take whole cities in. Madam, I beg.
He takes Clorinda by the hand and approaches Cleante. What, sir?
That you would receive into protection.
What, pray, sir?
Would you give me leave to say a heart that your fair eyes have lately made unfit for its old quarters?
I rather think you mean this lady, sir.
And so looks with wonder on Clarinda. She's heavenly fair too, and has surprised my heart, just as 'twas going to the other's bosom, and robbed her at least one half of it. Oh wait, no, I'm talking. Not that was aside. That was aside, everyone. I was speaking aside. None of you heard that. Pretend you didn't hear that.
I didn't say anything about all the women I love out loud.
That's right. That was supposed to be a private DM. Sorry. I didn't mean to send it to everyone in the workforce.
Did I read my diary out loud? My bad.
Hit reply all.
Madam, I am a virgin in distress, and by misfortune forced to seek a sanctuary, and humbly beg it here. Entreaties were not made for that fair mouth. Command and be obeyed. But, sir, to whom do you belong?
I belong to a very fair person, but do not know her name.
But what are you, pray, sir?
Madam, a wanderer, a poor lost thing, that none will own or pity.
That's sad indeed. Where you are, since you belong to this fair maid, you'll find a welcome everywhere.
And if I do not, I am cashiered. I remember to send that one privately. Madam, if telling you I am her brother can make me more acceptable, I shall be yet more proud of the alliance.
I must wait to call your sister, sir, when I would pay my duty? What must I call your sister, sir, when I would pay my duty? Wow. It's late. She's tired.
There I am routed again with another hard question.
Madam, my name's Clarinda.
Madam, I'll take my leave, and wish the heart I leave with you tonight may persuade you to suffer my visits tomorrow, till when I shall do nothing but languish.
I know not what loss you have suffered tonight, but since your fair sister's presence with us allows it, you need not doubt a welcome.
I humbly thank you, madam. Kisses her hand, and looks amorously on Clarinda's.
And everyone else's, apparently.
Yeah.
Madam, pray retire, for Don Marcel has come into the house, all bloody, enraged against somebody. I am troubled at his hurt, but cannot fear his rage. Good night, sir. They go out.
They are gone. Now had I as much mind to have kissed the other's hand, but that was not a ceremony due to a sister. What the devil came into my head to say she was, so nothing but the natural itch of talking and lying. They are very fair, but what's that to me? Euphemia surpasses both. But a pox of terms of her marriage, I'll set that to her beauty, but then these get the day as far as natural necessity goes. But I'll home and sleep upon it and yield to what's most powerful in the morning. Tonight, these strangers do my heart possess, but which the greatest share I cannot guess. My fate in love resembles that in war, when the rich spoil falls to the common share. Goes out.
Scene 7. The street. Enter Alonso as out of the house, gazing upon it.
Sure I shall know this house again tomorrow.
To him, Lovis.
I wonder what should become of Alonso. I do not like these night works of his. Who's there?
Lovis!
Alonso!
The same, where hast thou been?
In search of you this 2 hours.
Oh, I have been taken up with new adventures since I saw thee. But prithee, what became of thine? For methought it was a likely woman.
Faith, sir, I thought I'd got a prize, but a poxed on it when I came into the street, ere she'd recovered breath to tell me who she was. The cavalier you rescued from Marcel laid claim to her, thanked me for her preservation, and vanished. I'd hoped you had better luck with your female, whose face I had not the good fortune to see.
Not as good as I could have wished, for she stands still on her honorable terms.
Of matrimony? A very jilt, I'll warrant her. Come, you shall see her no more.
Faith, I fear I must.
To what purpose?
To persuade her to reason.
That you'd soon do when she finds out you will not bite at the other bait.
The worst is, if I see her again, it must be at her father's house. So transformed from man to beast, I must appear like a ridiculous lover she expects out of Flanders.
Very cheat, a trick to draw thee in. Be wise in time.
No, on my conscience, she's in earnest. She told me her name, and his I am to represent.
What is it, I pray?
Hans von Esel.
Ah, her name too, I beseech you.
Euphemia! Such a creature 'tis.
Death, my sister all this while? This has called up all that Spaniard in me and makes me raging mad. But do you love her, sir?
Most desperately, beyond all sense or reason.
And could you be content to marry her?
Anything but that, but thou knowest my engagement elsewhere, and I have hopes that yet she'll be wise and yield on more pleasant terms.
I could be angry now, but 'twere unreasonable to blame him for this. Sir, I believe by your treatment from Ambrosia and Marcel, you may come off there easily.
That will not satisfy my honor, though 'twill my love. That I have not Hippolyta, I will owe to my own inconstancy, not theirs. Besides, this may be a cheat, as you say.
But does Euphemia love you?
Faith, I think she has too much wit to dissemble and too much beauty to need that art.
Then you must marry her.
Not if I can avoid it.
I know this lady, sir, and know her to be worth your love. I have it in my power to serve you if you proceed subtly, which you must do or lose her. For this Flandrian boor, your rival, is already arrived, and designs tomorrow to make his first address to Euphemia.
Oh, he must not, shall not see her.
How will you hinder him?
With this, to his sword. Where is this rival? Tell me, conduct me to him straight. I find my love above the common rate and cannot brook this rival.
So this blows the flame of his life will be no hindrance to you in this affair if you design to love on.
Dost know him?
Yes, he's a pleasant original for you to be copied by. It is the same fop I told you was to marry my sister and who came along with me to Madrid.
Oh, Euphemia, thy sister?
Yes, indeed she is, and whom my father designs to cast away upon this half man, half fool. But I find she has wit to make a better choice, yet she knows nothing of my rival, and till you resolve what to do, shall not. And my Dutchman does nothing without me.
If thou hast the management of him, he's likely to thrive.
But not in his amour, if you please. In short, sir, if you do really love my sister, I am content to be so ungracious a child to contribute to the cheating of my father of the same hopeful son he expects, and put you upon him. But what you do must be speedily then.
I am obliged to thee for this frank offer, and will be instructed by thee.
If you're resolved, I'll warrant your success.
I think I am resolved in spite of all my inclinations to libertinism.
Well, sir, I will get you such a suit then, as that our hero makes his first approach in, as ridiculously gay as his humor, which you must assume too.
Content.
Tonight I must pay my duty to my father, and I will prepare your way and acquaint my sister with it. 'Tis but a frolic if we succeed not.
God a mercy, lad. Let's about it then ere we sleep, lest I change my resolution before morning. Excellent.
And with that, the curtain falls on for intermission, and all of the siblings and the drama and the hilarity begins.
Oh my God.
I feel like most of the drama's Alonso's fault. Really.
Yeah,
I feel like that's...
Yeah.
And Marcel's.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just a little quick to get mad and want to kill people.
everybody. He wants to kill
Can we
everybody.
blame him though? I mean, honestly,
Well, I mean, it's just. I think it's just
his
Alonzo,
shirt
though.
says instead of remain keep calm, you know, it says get mad, kill people.
Yeah, that's what it says. And if you wear the shirt, what can you do? Like, you're
I
wearing
know.
the shirt,
I mean,
it says it, so...
You got to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we hope you enjoyed our first half. The joy of doing these virtually means that there is no queue for the restrooms, and the concession stand hopefully has your own beverage of choice and desire. And there's popcorn for you. So we will be back in about 15 minutes. Get water, get refreshed, do all of those fun things, and we shall see you momentarily. Hello all, welcome back. We hope you are refreshed. We hope the concession stand had your beverage of choice. We are glad that you are all back to witness the second half of Aphra Behn's The Dutch Lover, and all of the drama that comes from this hilarity. All of it, just all of it. Act 3, Scene 1, House of Carlo. Enter Alonso, dressed ridiculously, meeting Lovis. They laugh at each other.
Very Hans all over. The tailor has played his part. Play but yours as well, and I'll warrant you the wench.
But prithee, why need I act the fool thus, since Hans was never seen here?
To make good the character I always gave of him to my father. But here he comes. Pray, be very rude and very impertinent.
Lord, how shall I look thus damnably set out and thus in love?
This is Monsieur Hans, your son that must be.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. Beso los manos, senor.
He's supposed to be bad at this, by the way.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Well, I think I've got that unlocked. Here we go. Beso los manos, senor. Is your name Don Carlo, and are you the gravity of this house? I am the father of Doña Euphemia. And are you?
Sir, I guess by all these your demands at once, your name to be mein Herr Hans von Esel.
Your judgment's good, but to my questions.
In truth, I have forgot them. There was so many.
Are you he who is to be my father?
'Tis so negotiated, and if all circumstances concur, for, sir, you must conceive the consequence of so grand a conjunction.
Less of your compliments, sir, and more of your daughter, I beseech you. Shut what a formal coxcomb 'tis.
Prithee, give him way.
Yeah. Oh, that was also a side as well. Sorry, I didn't mean to send that publicly. By this light, I'll lose thy sister first. Who can endure the grave approaches to the matter? This life, I would it as I would my fate, sunken and unexpected.
Pray, how long have you been landed?
So now shall I be plagued with nothing but wise questions to which I am able to make no answer. Sir, 'tis your daughter that I desire to see impatiently.
Have you no letters from my very good friend, your father?
What if I have not? Cannot I be admitted to your daughter without a pass?
Oh, lack, sir.
But to let you see, I come with full power, though I am old enough to recommend myself. Here is my commission for what I do. Hands in letters.
I remember, amongst his other faults, my son writ me word he had courage. If so, I shall consider what to do. I read. Sir, I find by these your father's letters you are not yet arrived.
I know that, sir, but I was told I should express my love. I should express my love in my haste. Therefore, outsailing the packet, I was the welcome messenger myself. And since I am so forward, I beseech you, sir.
Excuse me.
Now dare I not proceed? He has so credulous a consenting face.
Spare your words. I understand their meaning. A prudent man speaks least, as the Spaniard has it. And since you are so forward as you were saying, I shall not be backward. But, as your father advises here, hasten the uniting of our families with all severity. For delay in these affairs is but to prolong time, as the wise man says.
You are much in the right, sir, but my wife, I desire to be better acquainted with her.
She shall be forthcoming, sir. Had you good passage? For the seas and winds regard no man's necessity.
No, a very ill one. Your daughter, sir.
Pray, how long were you at sea?
Euphemia, sir, Euphemia, your daughter. Euphemia, sir. This dawn's fuller of questions than of proverbs, and that's a wonder.
They say that Flanders is a very fine country. I never saw it myself.
No, it is no matter, sir. For if you never do, so I saw your daughter. You'll catechize me home to my Dutch parents by and by, of which I can give him no more account than.
Are they as dissatisfied with their new governor as they were with Don John? For they love change.
Pox of their government! I tell you, I love your daughter.
I fear 'tis so. He is valiant, and what a dangerous quality is that? Oh, sorry. I fear 'tis so. He is valiant. And what a dangerous quality is that in Spain? Well, 'tis well he's rich.
Pray, sir, keep him not long in discourse. The sea has made him unfit for...
Anything but seeing my mistress.
I'll have mercy upon thee and fetch her to thee. Exit Lobus.
Sir, you must know that we suffer not our women in Spain to converse so frequently with your sex, and that through a cautious and well-considered, prudent consideration.
But, sir, did you consider what an impatient thing a young lover is? Or is it so long since you were one yourself you forgot it? It is well he wanted words, but yonder's Euphemia, whose beauty is sufficient to excuse every defect in the whole family, though each were a mortal sin, and now 'tis impossible to guard myself longer from those fair eyes.
I must not urge him to speak much before Euphemia, lest she discover he wants wit by his much tongue. There's my daughter. Go, sir, and salute her.
Oh, I thank you for that, sir. He stands ridiculously looking on her.
You must be bold, sir.
Oh, well, sir, since you command me, goes rudely to kiss her.
No, I did not mean kissing by saluting.
I cry you mercy, sir, so I understood you.
Fie upon it, that he should be no more a master of civility. Oh.
I fear, sir, my sister will never like this humor in her lover. He wants common conversation.
Conversation, you foolish boy. He has money and needs none of your conversation. And yet, if I thought he were valiant...
This, while Alonso and Euphemia make signs of love with their eyes.
I hope, sir, he does but boast of more than that. He really has.
The fault I myself have been guilty of and can excuse, but the thing itself I shall never endure. You know I was forced to send you abroad because I thought you addicted to that. I shall never sleep in quiet valiant. That's such a thing to be rich or wise and valiant. No. I go to Euphemia.
Colonel, pray to the business, for I fear you will betray yourself.
But look upon his wealth, Euphemia, and you will find those advantages there, which are, wanting in his person. But I think the man's well.
I must not seem to yield too soon. Sir, there be many Spaniards born that are as rich as he, and have wit too.
She was ever averse to this marriage. This man is half a Spaniard. His mother was one, and my first mistress, and she, I can tell you, was a great fortune.
Aye, sir, but he's such a fool.
You are worse to find fault with that in a husband.
Stand aside, sir. Are you to court your daughter or I?
I was inclining her.
You inclining her? An old man wants rhetoric. Set me to her.
This capricious humor was tolerable in him, whilst I believed it the effects of folly. But now 'tis that of valor. Oh, I tremble at the sight of him.
Now I see you are a cavalier of your word.
Faith, Euphemia, you might have believed and taken me upon better terms if you had so pleased. To marry you is but an ill-favored proof to give you of my passion.
Do you repent it?
Would to God 'twere come but to that. I was just upon the point of it when you entered. But I know not what the devil there is in that face of yours, but it has debauched every sober thought about me. Faith, do not let us marry yet.
If we had not proceeded too far to retreat, I should be content.
What shall I come to, all in the sudden to leave delicious whoring, drinking and fighting, to be condemned to a dull, honest wife? Well, if it be my ill fortune, may this curse light on thee, and that hast brought me to it. May I love thee even after we are married to that troublesome degree, that I may grow most damnable jealous of thee, and keep thee from the sight of all mankind. But thy own natural husband, so that thou mayst be deprived of the greatest pleasure of this life, the blessing of change.
I'm sorry to find so much ill nature in you. Would you have the conscience to tie me to harder conditions than I would you?
Nay, I do not think I shall be so wickedly loving, but I am resolved to marry thee and try.
My father, sir, on with your disguise.
Well, sir, how do you like my daughter?
So she'll serve for a wife.
But do you find her willing to be so?
'Tis not a halfpenny matter for that, as long as my father and you are agreed upon the matter.
Well, Euphemia, setting all foolish modesty aside, how do you like this man?
As one whom, in obedience to you, I am content to cast myself away upon.
How seems his humor to you?
Indifferent, sir. He's not very courtly, something rough and hasty.
I fear she has found his ill quality of valor too, and since 'tis certain 'tis so, why should it be said that I ruined a child to satisfy my appetite of riches? Oh, come, daughter, can you love him or can you not? For I'll make but short work on it. You are my daughter, and have a great enough, have a fortune great enough to enrich any man. I'm resolved to put no force upon your inclinations.
How's this? Nay, then 'tis time I left dissembling. Sir, this bounty in you has strangely overcome me, and makes me ashamed to have withstood your will so long.
Do not dissemble with me. I say do not. For I'm resolved. You shall be happy.
Sir, my obedience
No
shall...
more of your obedience. I say again, do not dissemble. For I'm not pleased with your obedience.
This alteration is very strange and sudden. Pray heaven he have not found the cheat. Love, sir, they say will come after marriage. Pray, let me try it.
Few have found it so, nor shall you experience it at so dear a rate as your ruin.
But, sir, methinks I'm grown to love him more since he spoke to me than before.
Oh, the effects of your obedience again.
This is a strange alteration, sir. Not all my tears or prayers before I saw him could prevail with you. I beseech you, sir, believe me.
Nor should now, had I not another reason for it.
Oh, I fear, but, sir.
Go to. I'll be better satisfied ere I proceed farther, both of your inclinations and his courage.
Do you consider his wealth, sir?
That shall not now befriend him.
Sir, I bar whispering. 'Tis not in my bargain nor civil. I'll have fair play for my money.
I am only knowing my daughter's pleasure. She's a little peevish, as virgins use in such cases, but would that were all, I'd endeavor to reconcile her.
I thank you, sir. In the meantime, I'll take a walk for an hour or two to get me a better stomach both to my dinner and mistress.
Do so, sir. Come, Euphemia, I will give you a proof of my indulgence. Thou shalt marry no valiant fools. Valiant, quoth he. Come, he had been peaceable and rich. Come, had he been peaceable and rich. Come. Exeunt with Euphemia.
Well, now I'll go look after my Dutchman, lest he surprise us here, which must not be. Where shall I find you?
I'll wait upon my prince, and then on you here.
Do so, and carry on this humor. Adieu.
Act 2, a flat grove. Enter Hans, in a fantastical traveling habit, with a bottle of brandy in his hand, as sick. Glode marches after.
Pox on all sea voyages. Drinks. Here, Glow, take the telescope and then let's go home. Pox on all sea voyages.
Sir, if I may advise, take the other turn in the grove, for I find by my nose you want more airing.
Now, sirrah, by your nose. Have a care, 'tis ill jesting with me when I'm angry.
Which is, as often as you are drunk, I find has the same effects on me too. But truly, sir, I meant no other than you smell a little of the vessel, certain sour remains of a storm about you.
Ha! Do not name a storm to me, unless thou wilt have the effects on in thy face. Drinks.
Shut, bear up, sir, bear up.
Saliamente, a sea phrase too. Why, ye rascal, I tell you, I can endure nothing that puts me in the mind of that element. Drinks.
The sight of Donna Euphemia will.
Hold. Let me consider whether I can endure to hear her named or not. For I think I am so thoroughly mortified. I shall hardly relish womankind again this 2 hours.
You are a man of courage and talk thus.
Courage? Why, what dost thou call courage? Hector himself would not have changed his 10 years' siege for our 10 days' storm at sea. A storm 100,000 sighting men are nothing to it. Cities sacked by fire, nothing. 'Tis a resistless coward that attacks a man at a disadvantage. And an uncountable magic that first conjures down a man's courage and then plays the devil over him. And in fine, it is a storm.
Good luck that it should be all these terrible things, and yet we should outbrave it.
Oh, no, God, a mercy to our courages, though. I tell you that now, Glode, but like an angry wench, when it had huffed and blustered itself weary, it lay still again.
Hold, sir. You know we are to make visits to ladies, sir, and this replenishing of our spirits, as you call it, sir, may put us out of case.
Thou art a fool. I never made love so well as when I was drunk. It improves my parts and makes me witty. That is, it makes me say anything that comes next, which passes nowadays for wit. And when I'm very drunk, I'll home and dress me, and the devil's in it, and if she resists me, so qualified and so dressed.
Truly, sir, those are things that do not properly belong to you.
Your reason. We shall have thee witty too in thy drink.
Why, I say, sir, none but a cavalier ought to be soundly drunk, or wear a sword and a feather, and put a cloak or band where fitter for a merchant.
Solamente, I'll beat any don in Spain that does but think he has more right to any sort of debauchery or gallantry than I. I tell you that now, Claude.
Do you remember, sir, how you were wont to get home, when instead of a periwig you wore slink, greasy hair of your own, through which a pair of large, thin sousers appeared to support a formal hat on end thus?
The rogue improves upon it. Gives him brandy.
A collar instead of a cravat 12 inches high with a blue, stiff, starched lawn band set in print like your whiskers. A doublet with small skirts hooked to a pair of wide-kneed breeches, which dangled halfway over a leg, all to be dashed and dirtied as high as the gartering.
Very well, proceed.
Your hands defiled with the counting of damned dirty money, never made other use of gloves, then continually to draw them through thus till they were dwindled into the scattling of a cat's gut.
A pleasant rascal.
A cloak half a yard shorter than the breeches, not through lind, but faced as far 'twas turned back with a pair of frugal butter hams, which was always managed thus.
Well, sir, have you done that I may show you this merchant reversed?
Presently, sir, only a little touch of your debauchery, which, unless it be in the damned brandy, you dare not go to the expense of. Perhaps at a wedding or some treat where your purse is not concerned, you would most insatiably triple. Otherwise, your 2 stivers club is the highest you dare go, where you will be condemned for a prodigal, even by your own conscience, if you add 2 more extraordinary to the sum, and at home sit in the chimney corner, cursing the face of Duke de Alva upon the jugs for laying an imposition on beer. And now, sir, I have done.
And dost thou not know when one of those thou hast described goes but half a league out of town, that he is so transformed from the merchant to the gallant in all points, that his own parents say, the devil himself cannot know him? Not a young English squire newly come to an estate above the management of his wit, has better horses, gayer clothes, swears, drinks, and does everything with a better grace than he. Damns the stinky cabal of the 2 stiver club, and puts the young king of Spain and his mistress together in aroma of a pottle, and in pure gallantry breaks the glasses o'er his head, scorning to drink twice in the same, and 1,000 things full as heroic and brave, I could tell you, of the same holy day squire. But come to other turn, and to other soap, and then for Donna Euphemia, for I find I begin to be reconciled to the sex.
But, sir, if I might advise, let's even sleep first.
Away, you fool! I hate the sober Spanish way of making love that's unattended with wine and music. Give me a wench that will outdrink the Dutch, outdance the French, and outkiss the English.
Sir, that's not the fashion here in Spain.
Hang the fashion. I'll manage her that must be my wife as I please, or I'll beat her into fashion.
What, beat a woman, sir?
Shall's one for that. If I am provoked, anger will have its effects on whomsoever it light. So said Van Trump when he took his mistress a cuff o'er the ear for finding fault with an ill-fashioned leg he made her. I liked his humor well, therefore come thy ways.
Scene 3. Draws off, discovers Antonio sleeping on the ground, Hippolyta sitting by, who sings.
False amintas sure. Can that hour so soon forgotten be, when I first yielded up my power to be betrayed by thee? God knows how much innocence I did my heart resign, until thy faithless eloquence. Oh, that's not her voice. It's fine, we'll just sing like this. And give thee what was mine. I had not one reserve in store, but at thy feet I laid those arms which conquered heretofore, though now thy trophies made. Thy eyes in silence told their tale of love in such a way, that 'twas an easy to prevail as after to betray. I weep because I forgot my accent, and also it says so in the script. My grief's too great to be diverted in this way. Why should this villain sleep, pointing to Antonio, this treacherous man who has forever robbed me of my rest? Had I but kept my innocence entire, I had outbraved my fate and broke my chains, which now I bear like a poor guilty slave, who sadly cries, if I were free from these. I am not my crimes, so still lives on, and drags his loathed fetters after him. Why should I fear to die or murder him? It is but adding one more sin to the number, and this would soon do it, but where's the hand to guide it? Shing! For 'tis an act too horrid for woman. But yet thus sleeping I might take that soul, which, scrolling, wake all the charms of art and nature, had not the power to effect. Oh, were I brave, I could remember that, in this way be the mistress of his heart. But mine forbids it should be that way one. No, I must still love on in spite of me, and wake him quickly, lest one moment's thought undo my shame should urge me to undo him. Antonio, Antonio!
He wakes, looks amazedly at seeing a dagger in her hand.
Fine woman, why is a dagger in thy hand?
To have killed thee with. But my love overcame my juster passion, and put in thy power to save thyself. Think that, and not my reason for thy life.
She's doubly armed. Is that an injury? And I am wounded and defenseless. Hippolyta, why all this rage to me?
Antonio, thou art perjured, false, and base.
What said my fairest mistress?
I said that thou wert perjured, false, and base.
My dear Hippolyta, speak it again. I do not understand thee. I take you by the hand, though.
I said that thou wert perjured, my Antonio.
Thou wert to blame. 'Twas thy jealousy, which, being a fault of love, I will excuse. Give me that mark of anger, prithee do. It misbecomes thy hand.
I have nothing left but this I can command, and do not ravish this too.
It is unkind thus to suspect my love. Will you make no allowance for my humor? I am by nature rough, and cannot please with eyes and words all soft as others can. But I can love as truly my blunt way.
You were so soft when you first conquered me. But that the thoughts of that dear face and eyes, so managed and so set out for conquest, would make me kind even to another man. Could I but thus embrace and hide mine eyes and call him mine Antonio? She leans on his bosom. Meanwhile, he gets the dagger.
Stand off, false woman. I despise thy love, of which to every man I know thou dealst an equal share.
I do not wonder that I am deceived, but that I should believe thee after all thy treachery. But prithee tell me why thou treatest me thus. Why didst thou, with the sacred vows of marriage, after a long and tedious courtship to me, ravish me from my parents and my husband? For so the brave Alonso was by promise.
Why? I will tell thee. 'Twas not love to thee, but hatred to thy brother Don Marcel, who made me address to the said Clorinda, who made addresses to the said Clorinda, and by his quality destroyed my hopes.
And durst you not revenge yourself on him?
His life alone. I'm not Russian.
His life alone.
His life alone. I'll become Russian real quickly. No. No. His life alone. No, stop it.
German.
German, that's right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ich muss etwas auf Deutsch sagen, dann kann ich das machen. Okay. His life alone could not thus appease my anger. And after studying what I had to do...
The devil taught you this.
Yeah. And you I chose, because you were contracted to Alonso, that the disgrace might be more imminent.
I do believe thee, for when I reflect on all thy usage since thou hast betrayed me, I find thou hast not paid me back one sigh or smile for all that I have given thee.
Hear me out.
Most calmly.
From town to town, you know I did remove you, under pretense to shun your brother's anger. But 'twas indeed to spread your fame abroad. But being not satisfied till Madrid, here in your native town I had proclaimed you. The house from whence your brother's fury chased us was a bordello, where it was given out thou wert a Venice courtesan to hire, whereas you believed it was your nuptial palace. Ha ha ha!
Dost thou think I did not understand the plot? Yes, and it was mad till some young lovers came. But you had set a price too high upon me. No brisk young man durst venture. I had exposed myself at cheaper rates.
Your price, I pray, young sinner?
He's wearing a hat. That's amazing.
And I pull it off in scorn. That's it, I pull off my hat full of scorn. Your price, I pray, young sinner?
Thy life.
Huh?
He that durst say Antonio lives no more should have possessed me gratis.
I would have taken care none should have done it. To show and offer you to sail was equally as shameful.
Well, what hast thou more to do? This is no place to inhabit in, nor shalt thou force me further. And back into town thou darest not go.
Perhaps I had been kinder to you. Had you continued still to give me that might have begot a passion in me.
I have too much repentance for that sin to increase it at the price of being beloved by thee.
Consider what you do. This place is silent and far from anything that may assist you. Come, lead me to the covert of thy grove, and I will take you rudely.
Oh.
Enter Hans and Claude, drunk. Hans, seeing them, offers to go out again. Doesn't offer to help the woman, just offers to leave.
Yep.
Old sir, why do you run away?
Now, fool, dost not see the reason?
I see a man and a lady, sir.
Why you coxcomb there, lovers? Some that are going to do the deed of love.
How? Men here? Your business.
Prithee, friend, do not trouble yourself with ours, but follow your own. My man is a little saucy in his drink indeed, but I am sober enough to understand how things go.
Leave us then.
Leave us then good words, friend. For look ye, I am in a notable humor at present, and will be entreated.
Yes, sir, we will be entreated.
Wait, leave us then.
That's something but hark ye, friend, say a man had a mind to put in for a share with you.
Rude slaves, leave us.
Ha, slaves!
Slaves, you said, sir? Oh, you, as you're a gentleman, assist me.
Assist thee? This fellow looks as he would not have his abilities called in question. Otherwise, I am amorous enough to do thee a kindness.
Sir, you mistake me. This is a ravisher.
A ravisher? Dost like him the worse for that? No, I beg your pardon, madam.
Have you no manhood, sir? Oh, it's me.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm a bit drunk. She's in earnest. Now, if I durst stay, how would I domineer over my master? I never tried, perhaps. I may be valiant, thus inspired, lady. I am your champion. Who dares ravish you or me either?
Rascal, unhand her. I come up to them, threateningly, because I am a ravisher and also a
I
rake.
put the lady before me.
How Claude engaged. How Claude engaged. Nay, I scorn to be outdone by man. Sirrah, march off with the baggage whilst I secure the enemy.
Rash men, what mean you?
I say, stand off, and let him go quietly away with the wench, or look you.
Unmannered fool, I will chastise thy boldness.
Goes up to him with his dagger.
Hast thou no other weapon?
No, if I had, thou dost not have encountered me.
I scorn thy words, and therefore there lies my sword. And since you dare me at my own weapon, I tell you I am as good at snick at snee as the best don of you all. Draws a great Dutch knife.
Can I endure this affront?
The best way to make a coward fight is to leave him in danger. Come, lady.
Thou base, unmannered fool! How darest thou offer at a gentleman? This so despised a thing as that.
Despised a thing. Talk not so contemptibly of this weapon. I say do not, but come on if you dare.
I can endure no longer. I'm going to fly at you, and then you're going to cut my face, and then you take away my dagger after a while. Injustice! Can such a dog and such a weapon vanquish me?
Beg your life, for I scorn to stain my victory in blood that I learnt out of Pharamond.
He does not merit life, could not defend it against so poor and base a thing as thou. Had but Marcel left me my sword.
Oh, then I perceive you are as used to be vanquished, and therefore I scorn to kill thee. Live, live.
How this rascal triumphs over me.
And now, like a generous enemy, I will conduct thee to my tent and have thy wounds dressed. That too I had out of Pharamond.
What if I take the offer of this sot, so I may see Hippolyta again? But I forget.
Will you accept my offer?
For some reasons, I dare not venture into the town.
My lodging is at St. Peter's Gate, hard by, and on the parole of a man of prowess, you shall be safe and free. Pharamond again.
I'll trust him. For worse, I cannot be. Lead on, sir. I'll follow.
Not so. For though the captive ought to follow the victor, yet I'll not trust my enemy at my hack side. Politics too.
You must command. We'll leave.
Scene 4. The garden. Enter Silvio and Francesca.
Well, dear Francesca, will Cleo... Yes, I know how to say this. I said this name previously. I've said it so many times. Will Cleante come, and all alone into the garden?
My lord, she will. I have at least last prevailed. To what intent she knows not. This is an hour wherein you'll scarce be interrupted. The amorous entertainment you have prepared for her will advance your designs. Such objects heighten the desire. Is all ready for your part?
It is, and I'm prepared for all the resistance she can make, and I'm resolved to satisfy my insupportable flame, since there are no other hopes left me.
She's coming, sir. Retire. Exit Silvio into the garden. Oh, how he kills me. Well, at least this pleasure I have whilst I am dying, that when he possesses the fair Cleante, he forever ruins his interest in her heart, and he must find nothing but her mortal hate and scorn. Enter Cleante. Francesca, why art thou so earnest for my coming into the garden so early? Because, madam, here, without interruption, you may learn what the Lady Clorinda has to tell you. Is that all? Go wait upon her hither, then. Yes, when your more pleasant affairs is dispatched, I will. Exit, Francesca. Can this be love, I feel? This strange, unusual something in my soul that pleads so movingly for Silvio there. It makes me wish him not allied to me. Noise of brown music is heard within the trees, as pipes, flutes, and voices. Huh! What pleasant noise is this? Shirt is in the air. Bless me, what strange things these be. Enter swains, playing pipes. After them 4 shepherds with garlands and flowers, and 4 nymphs dancing an amorous dance to that music, wherein the shepherds make love to the nymphs and put garlands on their heads and go out. The nymphs come and lay them at Cleante's feet and sing,
Here at your feet we tribute pay, of all the glories of the May.
Such trophies can only be due to victors so divine as you.
Come, follow, follow, where love leads the way. True
To
pleasures that admit of no delay. Come follow to the amorous shade, covered with roses and with jessamine.
Where the love sick boy is laid, panting for lover's charming queen.
Come, follow, follow, where we lead the way. To
pleasures that admit of no delay.
Lead her out. The scene changes to a fine arbor. They leave her and
This is
vanish.
very elaborate. This is a very elaborate setup.
Yeah.
I want to know where Silvio got those nymphs, man.
Hey, nymphs sometimes just happen. Like you walking down the street, nymphs, poof, just like that.
Boom.
Hashtag nymphs happen.
Nymphs happen.
Yeah.
Nymph happens.
I am all a wonder. Enter Silvio, in rapture, not yet seeing Cleante.
I'm all on fire till I enjoy my sister. Not all but the laws of birth and nature can hinder me from loving, nor is it just. Why should the charm of flare Cleante's eyes? Me, less than aliens to her blood surprise? And why, since I love beauty everywhere and that Cleante has the greatest share, should I not be allowed to worship her? The empty words of nature and of blood are such as lovers never understood. Prudence in love 'twere nonsense to approve, and he loves most that gives a loosed love.
Silvio here.
Ha! Yonder she is. And now he sees her. And now my passion knows no bounds nor laws. Cleante, come satisfy my flame. He runs to her and takes her passionately by the hand. These private shades are ours. No jealous eye can interrupt our heaven of joy.
What mean you? Do you know I am your sister?
Oh, cursed that accursed name, why should it check me? Would thou hadst rather been some misbegotten monster that might have startled nature at thy birth? Or if the powers above would have thee fair, why went thou born my sister? Oh, if thou wouldst preserve thy soul and mine, fly from this place, and me, make haste away. A strange wild monster is broken upon thee, a thing that was a man, but now as mad as raging love can make him. Fly me, or thou art lost forever.
Remember, Silvio, that you are my brother, and can you hurt your sister?
Shouldst thou repeat those ties 1,000 times, 'twill not redeem thee from fate that threatens thee. Begone, whilst so much virtue does remain about me, to wish thee out of danger.
Sure, Silvio, this is but to try my virtue.
No, look in my eyes, Cleante, and thou shalt see them. The flame with shaken... I took my glasses off. Thou shalt see them with flame with the strange wicked fire. Looks wildly on her. Yet do not look, thy eyes increase it. Alas! Turns away and hides his eyes. And I shall still forget I am thy brother. Go, go, whilst I have the power to take my eyes away, for if they turn again it will be fatal.
Pray hear me, sir.
Oh, do not speak. Thy voice, as charms, as tempting as thy face, but whilst thou art silent and unseen. Perhaps my madness may be moderate, for as it is, the best effects of it will prompt me on to kill thee.
To kill me?
Yes, for shouldst thou live adorned with so much beauty, so much my passion is above my reason. In some such fit as does possess me now, I should commit a rape upon thee. Therefore be gone, and do not tempt despair, that merciless rude thing, but save thy honor and thy life.
I will obey you, sir, and goes into the garden.
She's gone now. He walks in. My heart fits abates. She is my sister, that is, my father's daughter. But what if his wife deceived him? Or perhaps, which is the likelier thing, my mother played the false one, for 'twas her trade to do so, and I am not son to Ambrosio. Oh, that she were in being to confess this truth, for short his truth, then I might love and might enjoy Cleante. Enjoy Cleante! Oh, that thought, what fire kindles in my veins. And now my cold fit's gone, I'll after her. No, let me pause a while. For in this ague of my love and fear, both extremes are mortal. He goes into the garden.
Into Ambrosio and Marcel.
Ah, you may remember me from Act 1. I am reconciled to you, since your brother Silvio would have it so.
Oh, my blood flows to my face to hear him named.
Let there be no more differences between you. But Silvio has of late been discontent, keeps home, and shuns the conversation, which youth delights in, goes not to court as he was wont. Prithee, Marcel, learn thou the law, learn thou the cause of it, yeah?
I do believe I shall, my lord. Too soon.
I am now going to my villa, and shall not return till night. By the way, I mean to visit your wife that was designed to be the rich Flavia, and see if I can again reconcile her to you. For your neglect has been great, and her anger is just.
I rather wish it would continue, sir, for I have yet no inclinations to marry.
No more, I'll have it so if I can.
I'm silent, sir.
You're talking.
Excellent.
Revenge!
Excellent, Ambrosius and Marcel. Enter, as from the garden, Cleante, Clorinda, Francesco, Dormidia. From amongst the trees, sadly, Silvia, who starts at the sight of them. I am satisfied you knew not of my brother's being in the garden.
Clorinda, with my sister, and in our house. She's very fair, and yet how dull and blasted are her beauties seem when they approach the fair Cleante. I cannot shun a tedious compliment to see fair Clorinda. Goes to Clorinda. Here is a happiness beyond my hope. I'm glad to see her kind to the sister who has always treated the brother with so much scorn and rigor.
Silvio. Sure, I am, well, Silvio.
That's the other one.
Sure, I am betrayed.
I talk to her.
Enter Marcel and is amazed. Huh? Silvio, with Clorinda in our house. Ooh, daring villain, to make this place a sanctuary to all thy lusts and treachery. Now, I am convinced 'twas he that wounded me, and he that fled last night with that false woman.
Cleante goes to Marcel.
You need not fear me now, fair maid. I am disarmed of all my dangerous love.
It was by his contrivance that she came. Do not excuse him, but send her quickly from you, lest you become as infamous as she.
Oh, how I hate her. Now I know my brother Silvio loves her.
How every gesture shows his passion, whilst she seems pleased to hear him. I can endure no more.
What will you do?
Nothing, dear sister. But if I can be wise and angry too. Mm. For 'tis not safe to attack him in the garden. How now, Silvio, under the name of brother? I see you dare too much!
What mean you by this rude address, Marcel?
I'll tell you, sir. Anon, go get you in. To the women who go in.
Who go in? Well, sir, your business now?
It is not safe to tell you here, though I have hardly patience to stay till thou meet me in St. Peter's Grove.
I will not fail you, sir, in hour hence.
I dare
Going
not,
after them.
in this rage, return to upbraid Clorinda, lest I do things that misbecomes a man. I'll just go out.
Act 4, Scene 1. The House of Carlo. After a noise of music without, enter Hans, dressed as Alonso was, followed by Golod in masquerade.
Hold! Hold, I do not like the salutations I receive from all I meet in this house.
Why, sir, methinks they are very familiar scabs all.
Salaramente. They all salute me as they were my old acquaintance. Your servant, Mynheer Hans, cries one. Your servant, Monsieur Hans, cries another.
Your servant, sir, you come now indeed, like a bridegroom all beset with dance and fiddle.
Bridegroom! Dost thou hear, Claude? 'Tis true, faith. But how the devil came he to know it, man, eh?
My master, sir, was just asking for you. He longs to speak with you.
With me, sir? Why? Who
You,
the pox
sir.
am I?
You, sir, why, who should you be?
Who should I be? Why, who should I be?
Mynheer Hans van Eisel, sir?
Well, guessed. I' faith now.
Why, how should they guess otherwise, coming so attended with music as prepared for a wedding?
Says thou so. Faith is a good device to save the charges of the first compliments. Ha! But hark ye, friend. Are you sure this is the house of Don Carlo?
Why, sir, have you forgot it?
Forgot it! Dost thou hear, Glode? Forgot it! Why, how the devil should I remember it?
Sir, I believe this is some new-fashioned civility in Spain to know every man before he sees him.
Oh, no, you fool. They never changed their fashion in Spain, man.
I mean, their manner of address, sir.
It may be so. I'll see farther. Friend, is Don Carlo within?
He's not been out since, sir.
Since? Since when, huh?
Since you saw him, sir.
Can they not, like, recognize?
They're wearing the same outfits. It's really hard to tell
Yeah.
people apart when
Yeah.
they're wearing the same outfits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're all dressed
definitely.
alike.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're wearing the fop uniform.
They're all Ken dolls.
Yeah, they're
with
little Ken dolls.
Just changing outfits.
Sarmente, will you make me mad? Why, you damnable rascal. When shall I see him, huh?
Here comes my master himself, sir. Let him inform you if you grow so hot upon the question.
How now, son? What angry? You have e'en tired yourself with walking and out of humor.
Look there again, the old man's mad too. Why, how the pox should he know I have been walking? Indeed, sir, I have, as you say, been walking, playing with his hat, and am, as you say, out of humor, but under favor, sir. Who are you? Sure, 'tis the old surlily conjurer, and those were his little imps I met.
Sure, son, you should be a wit by the shortness of your memory.
By the goodness of yours, you should be none. Did I not meet with him there, Claude, huh? But pray refresh my memory, and let me know you. I come to seek a father amongst you here, one Don Carlo.
Am I not the man, sir?
How the devil should I know that now, unless by instinct?
The old man is mad and must be humoured.
Cry you mercy, sir. I vow I'd quite forgot you. Sir, I hope Donna Euphemia.
Oh, sir, she's in much a better humor than when you saw her last. Complies with our desires more than I could hope or wish.
Why, look here again. I asked after her health, not her humor.
I know not what arts you have made use of, but she is strangely taken with your conversation in person.
Truly, sir, you are mightily beholden to her, that she should have all this goodwill to your person and conversation before she sees you.
Aye, so I am, therefore, sir. I desire to see your daughter, for I shall hardly be so generous as she has been, and be quits with her before I see her.
Why, sir, I hope you liked her when you saw her last.
Stark mad, I saw her last? Why, what the devil do you mean? I never saw her in all my life, man. I'm stark mad, as I am true Dutch. Stark mad, as I am true Dutch.
A lover always thinks the time tedious. But here's my daughter. Enter Euphemia and Olinda.
Aye, one of these must be she. But 'tis a wonder I should not know which is she by instinct. Stands looking very simply on both.
This is not Alonso. Has he betrayed me?
Because apparently only Euphemia can tell the difference between dudes
Yes.
and cloaks.
Yeah.
It's because she's a woman.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes.
Now, let's give the servant a little credit. Maybe they never saw his face.
That's fair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or they weren't looking.
Or they weren't looking, they were like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, another fop, whatever. It's,
We don't care.
Have some
All
tea.
fops look alike.
Yeah.
Go, sir. She expects you.
Your pardon, sir. Let her come to me, if she will. I'm sure she knows me better than I do her.
How should she know you, sir?
How? By instinct, you fool, as all the rest of the house does. Don't you, fair mistress?
I know you.
Yes, you know me. So need not be so coy, man. The old man has told me all.
What has he told you? I am ruined.
Faith, much more than I believed, for he was very full of his new-fashioned Spanish civility, as they call it. I hope, fair mistress, you do not take after him.
What if I do, sir?
Why, then I had his leave marry a steeple with and perpetual ring of bells.
Let me advise you, sir. Methinks you might make a handsomer speech for the first to so pretty a lady. Fakes and I were to do it.
I had a rare speech for her, thou knowest, and an entertainment besides, that was, though I say it, unordinary. But a pox of this new way of civility, as thou callest it, it has put me quite beside my part.
Though you are out of your complimenting part, I am not out of my dancing one, and therefore that part of your entertainment I'll undertake for. So life, sir, would you disappoint all our ship's company?
That's according as I find this proud tit in humour.
Why so coy? Pray, why all this dissimulation? Come. I have told him your mind, and do intend to make you both happy immediately.
Sir, immediately?
Yes, indeed. Nay, if you have deceived me and dissembled with me when I was so kind, I'll show you trick for trick, I saith.
What shall we do, Olinda?
Why, marry Don Alonso, madam.
Do not rally. This is no time for mirth.
Fie upon it, madam, that you should have so little courage. your father takes this fellow to be Alonso. What counsel are you giving there, huh? Only taking leave of our old acquaintance, since you talk of marrying us so soon? What acquaintance, pray? Our maidenhead, sir.
Pleasant wench, Faith now. I believe you would be content to part with yours with less warning.
On easy terms, perhaps, but this marrying and I do not like. 'Tis like going on a long voyage to sea, where after a while, even the calms are distasteful and the storms dangerous. One seldom sees a new object. 'Tis still a deal of sea, husband, every day till one's cloyed with it. A mad girl, this son.
Aye, sir, but I wish she had left out the simile. It made my stomach wamble.
Pray, sir, let you the maid alone with you any utensil belonging to my palace and office, and meddle you with the mistress.
Faith now, thou hast the better bargain of the two. My mistress looks so scurvily and civil that I don't know what to say to her, lady hanged. That look has put me quite out again.
To her son, to her.
Hark ye, lady, well, what's now? Oh, pox, quite out. Tell me whether the old man lied or no when he told me you loved me.
I love you.
Look you there now, how she looks again.
She's only bashful, sir, before me. Therefore, if you please, to take a small collation that has waited within you for this 3 hours.
That's strange now that anything should wait me, who was no more expected here than Bethlehem Gaber. Faith now, this lady, this father of yours is very simple.
Take you for his son?
I meant to have surprised you, I vow, before you had dreamt of me. And when I came, you all knew me as well as if you had cast a figure for me.
Well, son, you'll follow.
You will not leave me alone, sir, with a man?
Go your ways. I shall know more of your secrets before night yet. You little pouting hypocrite, you.
Goad makes grimaces of love to Olinda.
Grimaces of love.
You know my secrets. Wait, who are you?
That's a very good one, Faith now. Who am I, quoth thou? Well, there's not a child thus high in all your father's house would have asked me so simple a question.
Madam, I find by this man, this is your expected lover, whom you must flatter, or you are undone. 'Tis Hans von Hazel.
The fop himself?
Oh, do you know me now?
'Tis impossible.
This is an extreme the other way now. Impossible! No, poor thing, do not doubt thy happiness. Prologue, to confirm you. Here are my bills of exchange, with my own natural name to them, if you can read written hand.
Now, not love you, I'll swear you lie now, you little jade. I am now in masquerade, and you cannot judge of me, but I am bookkeeper and cashier to my master, and my love will turn to account, I'll warrant you.
There may be some use made of him. I shall think on it. But, pray, why are you thus accoutred?
Fakes to entertain your lady. We have brought the whole ship's company too in masquerade.
Oh, that indeed will be very proper at this time of day. And the first visit too.
Sure, that's nothing. You little think what blades we are, mum. Sir, I'll call the fiddles in the company.
Well remembered, Faith now. I had even forgotten it.
What's the meaning of this?
To show you the difference between the damnable dull gravity of the Spanish and brisk gaiety of the Dutch, come begin all.
And Dutch men and women dancing.
Nay, I'll show you what I can do too. Come, Glode.
And then they dance.
They dance.
There's for you now. And yet you have not seen half my good qualities. I can sing the newest ballad that has been made, so I can. And thereupon sings a Dutch song.
In Dutch.
It is
In Dutch.
French, sir. They look as if you'd ransacked Ahoy for them.
How? Look on them well. They're all states or states fellows. I tell you that now, and they can bear witness who I am too.
Now I'm convinced. And I'm sorry I doubted my happiness so long. I had such a character of you.
Of me, oh Lord. I vow not, as they say, I don't know.
I heard you were the most incorrigible fool, the most intolerable fop.
And you hear, Glode? Who I, a fop? I vow they were mistaken in me, for I am counted as pretty a merchant as any walks the change. Can write a very plain hand and cast account as well as my man Glode, as well as my man Glode, can't I, sirrah?
Yes, indeed, forsooth can he.
Egad, a fool, a fop, quoth ye.
By all means.
Walks angry.
Flatter him, madam.
I'm satisfied, sir.
I care not whether you are or no, for I shall have you whether you will or no, man.
It is very likely, but there's a certain troublesome fellow in love with me that has made me vow whenever I marry to ask him leave.
Ask his leave? I was going to ask anybody's leave, I tell you that, though 'twere my mistress.
I cannot marry you then.
How not marry me? Look here now.
It's ready to cry.
Don't you cry? Glode, can't you marry and let no living soul know it?
No, sir. I love your life better, which should be endangered.
Why, what a cursed custom you have in Spain. A man can neither marry nor console his neighbor's wife without having his throat cut. What if he will not give you leave?
Why, then you must fight him.
How? Fight him? I fight him.
Why, yes, sir, you know you can fight. You tried but this very morning.
Softly, you damned rogue. Not a word of my prowess allowed. Celeramente, I shall be put to fight when I am sober, shall I, for your damned prating, you rascal.
I am glad you have that good quality.
Olinda, speaking to Glode, pushes him to speak.
Madam, my master has many more, but if you please to tell him his rival's name.
I'll have your ears for this, sirrah. The next time I'm soundly drunk, and you know that won't be long. Lord, madam, my man knows not what he says. You rascal, I have no courage, or I will drink myself to the miracle of valor and exercise it all on me.
I know what I do, sir. You had courage this morning. Is the fit over?
Have I not slept since you, rogue? Have I not?
I have a trick to save your honor, sir, and therefore I will stand in it. You have courage.
Pox of your trick, the rogue knows I dare not chastise him now, for fear they should think I have valor.
Madam, my master's modest, but tell him who 'tis he must fight with.
Oh, for a ton of Rhenish that I might abundantly beat thee.
Almost got through the whole thing now. Your rival's Alonso, sir.
Oh, the devil a thundering name too, but with the same Alonso, make no allowance for necessity, I vow 'tis pure necessity in me to marry you. The old men being agreed upon the matter, I am but an instrument, alas, not I. A very tool, as they say, so I am.
Lord, sir, why do you cry? I mean no harm. I tissue.
No harm, you rascal, to say I am valiant.
Why, yes, sir, And if you would say so too, at worst 'twas but getting Don Lovis to have fought for you. You know, that's a small courtesy to a friend.
Faith now, thou art in the right. He'll do his business for him, I warrant him. Nay then, madam, I have courage, and will do to this Don, this Alonso you speak of. And if he do not resign you and consign you to, I'll make him. Yes, make him, do you see? Do you see if Lovis should refuse me now?
Sure, sir, it makes nothing to kill a man, 10 or 20.
Well, since you are so resolved, my brother will tell you where to find this Alonso, and tell him I must marry you today, for I am resolved not to lie alone tonight.
What would not a man do for so kind a mistress?
Well, get you about it straight then, lest my father's coming to prevent it.
Excellent. Euphemia and Orlando.
I am gone, but if Lovis should fail,
He would beat you if he thought you doubted him.
I'll keep my fears then to myself. Go out.
Scene 2. The street. Enter Hippolyta, dressed like a man with a paper.
Thus, I dare not look abroad again. Methinks I am not what I was. My soul, too, is all man. Where dwells no tenderness, no womanish passions, I cannot sigh, nor weep, nor think of love. But as a foolish dream that's gone and past, revenge has took possession of my soul, and drove those shadows thence, and shows me now love in so poor, so despicable a shape, so quite devastated of his artful beauty, that I am ashamed I ever was his victory. Well, here's my challenge to Antonio, but how to get it to him is the question. This, as he'll not refuse to come, and since he never saw the wronged Alonso, sure I may pass for him who's here.
Enter Hans Nickelode. She stands aside.
Glad, if it were possible, I could be sober and valiant at once. I should now be provoked to exercise it, for I cannot find Lovis. And then how I shall come off, the Lord knows. And then again for letting the lady go, whom I rescued in the grove this morning.
Should I disobey a lady, sir? For she commanded me to let her go as soon as she came into the gate. And, sir, look, here comes Don Lovis.
Enter Lovis and Alonso.
Oh, Brother Lovis, where the devil have you been all this day? I stayed for you to go with me to your sisters, as long as flesh and blood could forbear.
Why, have you been there without me?
Yes, marry have I, sir. I am undone then. He puts aside. I needed no recommendations, Mutton, for when I came they were all as well acquainted with me. I never saw them before. But by the way, they're all no wiser than they should be, except your sister, who is the prettiest, loving, sweet rogue. How's this?
But have you seen my sister?
Seen her, yes, and will marry her too, Mun, before night, if she were 1,000 sisters. But hark ye, Lovis, the business is this, you must know that before I marry her, I am to seek out a certain fellow. They call Alonso. Alonso, a pox on him. A troublesome rascal, they say he is, and his leave, it seems, must be asked to marry your sister.
Well, sir, and what if he not give you leave?
Why, then, you know, I am to get him very well favoredly beaten. Sure, this is the coxcomb himself. Now, for your sister's sake, who loves me, poor thing, I will not run the danger of beating him myself, but must desire that small courtesy of thee.
How? I beat him?
You beat him. Yes, you. What a pox do you scruple with such a kindness to a friend? I know you make no more of killing a man next your heart in a morning than I do of eating a pickled herring.
But she desired you do it.
That's all one, so it be done, Mun. Besides, why should I run myself into Premiere when I need not? Your father is bound by agreement to mine, to deliver me the wares, that is his daughter, safe and sound, and I have no more to do but to protest against him in case of non-performance. 'Twill be a clear commodity to me at this rate.
Well, sir, I'll see what may be done.
Spoke like a friend now. Well, you must be about it instantly, for I must be married today. Must you so, sir? Yes, yes, marry must I, sir. Who the devil's this now? That same Alonso whom you inquire for. Are you so, sir? Why, what then, sir? Lovis!
Runs behind Lovis.
What then, sir? Then I tell you, I will not be beaten. Looky here now, Lovis.
Canst thou be angry with him?
To Alonso. Aye, can you be angry with me? I know not why an ass should have more privilege than any other rude beast.
This humor is so pleasant to me. I wish thou would pursue it a little, Hans. Bear up to him. He's but a mere huff. Just claps him on the back and he goes fearfully forward.
Aye, sir, as long as Don Lovis is here, you may say what you will.
May I so? And why, sir? Am I, sir, an ass, sir? Runs behind Lovis. Death, you rascal, do you question me? Oh, hold, sir, hold, not I. God forbid I should question it. Lovis, it is indeed Alonso, huh?
Yes, indeed it is.
And wilt thou not do so much as to beat him for me a little?
Not I dare not. He's a terrible man.
Why, look you here now, you damned rogue. To Glode, have you not served me finely, huh?
Why, sir, 'tis but crying Picavi.
Picavi? What's a Picavi? Then be hanged to you, Lord, sir.
Just read it.
Well, Picavi then, and be hanged to you, Lord, sir. To Alonso. But why are you so angry? I came but to ask you a civil question from my wife that must be. You must ask me leave first. Yes, sir. So she said, for she must marry me tonight. Yes, you shall have it with this too. You shall have it with this too. Draws. Why, look you! Hans runs away. Lovis stays him. Here now, here's his damned doings. Damned doings for my part. I declare it here upon my deathbed. I am forced to what I do, and then you kill me against my will. Dost think we are not discovered in our design? I'd kill the dog if I thought we were.
I believe not, and perceive by my sister's message that we are to come to her and prevent this fellow's marrying her.
Well, sir, I'll spare your life and give your mistress leave to marry tonight. How, sir, tonight? But is he in earnest, Lovis?
In very good earnest.
Hey, boys. What a night we shall have on to Glode for fiddles and dancing. Tell your mistress I will dispatch a little affairs and wait on her.
And pray, sir, may I have leave to marry the maid too?
We'll consider on it. I'm not such a fool to venture, though, till I know the coast is clear, for his very looks are terrible. But go you, Glode, and tell her what he says. Alonso talks to Lovis.
Enter Hippolyta from the side.
These be the men that rescued me this morning, and are not to be employed in my affair. But yonder stranger has a noble look, and from him I'll entreat this favor, sir. To Alonso.
With me, sir?
Yes, please you to walk a little this way, sir.
Well, make you sure of fiddles, for look ye, we'll appear tonight like ourselves.
It shall be done, sir. I am a stranger and a gentleman, and have a humble suit to you.
You may command me anything.
Sir, there is a gentleman, if I may call him so, that dares do ill. He put a base affront upon a lady whom all brave men are bound to vindicate. I've writ him here a challenge, and only beg you'll give it to him. I will attend you in St. Peter's Grove, where I desire the perfidious Antonio, for that's his name to whom this is directed, to meet me.
I am pleased to see. I am pleased to see this gallantry in a man so young, and we'll serve you in this of whatever else you shall command. But where is this Antonio?
That I'll inquire of these. Sir, pray, can you give any account of the cavalier? You sought with this morning in St. Peter's Grove that had a lady with him.
Ah, so now perhaps I shall be hanged for that. I fight, sir. I fight, sir. I've never fought in my life, nor saw no man, not I.
Sure, you may confess it, sir. There's no law against killing in Spain. Oh, have you murdered him?
This rogue has a mind to have me dispatched. Hold, sir. The man's as well and alive as you are, and is now at my lodgings. Looky, here's the dagger I disarmed him of. But that I do not love to boast.
It is the same.
Sir, I shall not fail to wait on you with the answer I receive.
I humbly thank you, sir.
So prithee, dear Lovis, go make my excuse to your sister for a moment, and let her get all things ready against I come. Let the priest too wait, for I see my destiny, which I can no longer prevent, draws on apace. Lovis? Come, sir, you must conduct me to Antonio.
Exit Alonso, Hans, and Glode.
So now the work's half done that will redeem all of the lost credit of our family. To kill or be killed, I care not which. For so honor, both expire, be strong, my soul, and let no feeble woman dwell about thee. Hence fears and pity, such poor things as these, cannot the storms of my revenge appease. These showers must be from his treacherous heart proceed, if I can live and see Antonio bleed.
Scene 3, a deep grove. Enter Marcel alone.
Hours almost come which I appointed, and yet no Silvio appears. That time seems long to me, but he that circled in his mistress's arms forgets the hasty hours, and passes them as unregarded by as men do beggars who demand a charity. Young man, hast thou encountered none within this grove?
Not any. Sir Marcel, my injured brother.
Why dost thou turn away and hide thy face?
'Tis not my face I hide, but sorrow there.
No, trust me. Thou weepst. Would I could do so too. That I may be less angry, than silence best expresses grief. But thine's a saucy sorrow dares approach a face so young and fair.
If the ingrate for whom I grieve had thought so, I might have spared my tears. Farewell, sir.
Stay. Hast thou been a lover?
A very, very passionate one.
And wert thou not beloved?
At first, to draw me in, the cunning artist made me believe I was.
Oh. I could kiss thee now for the alliance between thy grief and mine. Hadst thou a loose and wanton sister too? Then thou wert perfect wretched as I am. But prithee, leave me now I think of it. For shouldst thou stay, thou'dst rob me of my anger. For since a youth like thee can be unhappy with such a shape and so divine a face, methinks I should not quarrel with my star, but bow to all faithless mistress scorns.
That's actually so.
So ho. 'Tis my false rival. Now leave me, sir, to resume my anger.
I will obey. Farewell. My own despair makes me neglect his life.
Exit Hippolyta. Enter Silvio.
His Silvio!
You see, I have obeyed you, sir.
Come, sir, your sword.
You are my brother, and 'twere an impious action to fight you unprovoked. Give me a cause, nay, and a just one too, or I shall find it hard to wound Cleonte's brother.
Thou camest prepared to talk, not to fight. I cannot blame thee, for were I Silvio, thus I would do to save a life beloved. But 'twill not serve you now.
Your reason, sir, and I'm ready if it be just.
Oh, do not urge me to repeat my wrongs, for if thou dost, I hardly shall have man enough to remain to fight thee fairly.
Surely he knows my passion for Cleonte. I urge the reason still.
Hast thou forgot thy last night's treachery? How like a thief thou stolest into her lodging?
'Tis true, Marcel, I rudely did intrude.
Oh, quickly haste, this looks like women's jangling.
Oh, it is bravely done, Marcel, to punish a passion which you ought to pity, rather. 'Tis what I cannot reconcile nor justify, and so distracted it has made me too. I will not fight in so unjust a cause. Kill me, and I'll embrace you whilst I die. 1,000 wounds imprinted on this body will bring less pain than her eyes have caused. Here, strike pity my pain and ease me. I throw away my sword, and I open my arms.
I find thou hast a charm about the tongue, and thou implorest thy death in such a way, I cannot hurt thee. And it gives me hopes thou art not yet so blessed to be beloved, for then thou wouldst not be thus so desperate.
Oh yes, I am beloved.
Do not say thou art, nor take me from a calmness that may spare thee.
Not say I am beloved. Thou canst not hire me with life or fuller joy to say I am not. If there be truth and love in innocence, she loves me.
Yet, ye gods, I can endure say but thou art not, for I would yet preserve thee.
Oh, canst thou wish that I should fall so low to save my life with lies, the poorest sin of all the number?
Then once again thou hast debauched my pity.
Her passion I will justify, but not my own. Hers is as pure as prayers of penitence, but mine I cannot give a name to.
They fight. Enter Alonso, who parts them.
Now, what's here to do, Marcel?
Alonso, the only man I wish to shun. Oh!
I am glad whoever thou be'st, thou hast prevented us.
Thou hast more wit than I find. Your quarrel, sir, may a man have leave to inquire into it.
This is Silvio, that noble youth, my brother, whom thou hast often heard me name.
An excellent character for an enemy, noble and brother. For shame, put up your swords, and I'll be judge between you.
The case is soon decided. I will not tell you with how tedious a courtship I won the heart, as I thought, of a young beauty in this town, and yesterday received a billet from her to wait on her at night to receive the recompense of all my pain and suffering. In this ecstasy of joy, I showed him the paper, and he, getting thither before me, robbed me of my prize.
I am so pleased at this mistake of thine, I can forgive it freely.
Ha, not content with this, most treacherously, hid in the shades of night, he met me in the hall of this false woman and stabbed me, which did secure his flight with her. And wouldst thou have me put this injury up?
Faith, you must, and your sword too, unless you mean to keep it drawn on me. 'Twas I that wounded you in the dark, and it was I that robbed you of Clorinda.
Thou?
Am I so unlikely a man? Am I so unlikely a man to do such a feat?
How dare you, sir, do this?
I dare do anything but break my word, as thou hast basely done with me. But I am now in haste, and should be glad to know where to meet you anon.
I'll wait on you at the farther side of this grove by the river.
I shall not fail you. Exit.
Come, sir, till I can better prove you are my rival. I will believe you are my friend and brother.
When thou shalt know my miserable story, thou wilt believe and pity me.
Enter again Hippolyta from out of the wood.
I wonder this cavalier stays so long. Pray heaven he met Antonio.
Enter Alonso.
Your servant, sir.
The cavalier to whom you sent me, sir, will wait upon you here.
I humbly thank you, sir, and should be glad to know how I might pay my gratitude.
My duty ends not here. I have a sword to serve you.
You shame me with this generosity, but, sir, I hope my own will be sufficient in so good a cause.
Though you are young, I question not your bravery, but I must beg to stay and see fair play, and offer you my service when you've done.
The enemy appears, sir, and since you are so good, I beg you would retire behind those trees, for if he sees us both, since he is single, he will suspect some treachery.
You've reason, sir, and I'll obey you. Goes aside.
Enter Antonio reading a paper.
Sir, I desire to meet you in St. Peter's Grove. This your sword in your hand. About an hour hence, you will guess my business. Then you know my name to be Alonso.
How's that?
I wish it had been another enemy, since from the justice of his cause I fear an ill success. Would I had seen Hippolyta, don't get Russian, that ere I died I might have had her pardon. This conscience is ominous. It ne'er appears in any horrid shape till it appears in death.
Goes forward, sees Hippolyta, who jostles him in passing by. He stops and looks.
You seem, sir, to be whom I expect.
I'm called Antonio. Sir.
And I, Alonso. The rest we need not ask, for thou art well acquainted with my injuries, and I with thy perfidiousness. Shing.
I know of none you have received from me. If on Hippolyta's account you fight, she loved me and believed, and what dull lover would have refused a maid so easily gained?
Ah, traitor, by how base a way thou wouldst evade thy fate? Didst thou not know she was my wife by promise? Did not Marcel, Ambrosio, all consent to make her mine as soon as I arrived?
Who the devil's that young bully that takes my name and my concerns upon him?
But why should I expect the truth from thee, who after so much time, so many vows, so many tears, despairs, and sighs, at last didst gain a credit with this easy fool, then left her to shames and her despairs? Come, sir, or I shall talk myself to calmness.
I'm ready, sir, to justify the deed.
They start to fight, and Alonso steps forth.
Hold! A fair thief that robst me of my name, and wouldst my honor too. Puts her by. If thou hast wronged the fair Hippolyta, Antonio, no man but I has right to do her justice. Or you are both my rivals. Tell me which. Which of you is it I must kill, or both? I am Alonso. who dares love Hippolyta.
Let your friendship, sir, proceed so far to take my name, to take my quarrel on you.
In this dispute, none's more concerned than I, and I will keep my ground in such a cause, though all the rivals that her beauty makes me were armed to take my life away.
Come, sir. I care not which of yous, Alonso.
They fight. Hippolyta holds on to Alonso.
This gallantry is too much, a brave stranger. Antonio, hurt him not. I am the wronged Alonso, and this is a perfect stranger to the business, who, seeing me appear less man than he, and unacquainted with my deeds abroad, in bounty takes my name and quarrel on him.
Take heed, young man, and keep thy virtue in, lest thus misguided it become a crime. But thou, he says, hast wronged Hippolyta, and I am he must punish it.
Sure it is he indeed, for such a miracle my brother rendered him. Hold, thou wonder of thy sex.
And they fight. I'm still confused as to who's fighting. I think everyone is fighting.
I think everyone's fighting.
Everywhere.
Huge fight.
It's that little dust cloud, like that cartoon dust cloud. You see like an occasional fist and like leg kick out of it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Stand by, I shall be angry with thee else, and that will be unsafe.
As Alonso fights with one hand, he keeps her off with the other. She presses still forward on Antonio with her sword, endeavoring to keep Alonso back.
It
Enter
is
to them,
everyone.
Marcel.
Oh no.
Sure, I heard the noise of I heard the noise of swords this way.
He
Two
draws.
against one? Courage, sir.
And to Antonio, they fight all four. Marcel with Hippolyta, whom he wounds. Alonso with Antonio, who is disarmed.
Oh,
What happened? How just thou art!
what? Dost thou faint already? Ha! The pretty talking youth I saw but now. Oh, alas, how dost thou?
Well, since thy hand has wounded me,
My life is yours. Nor that I ask a gift, but to repair my injuries to Hippolyta.
I give it thee.
How,
him his sword.
Antonio? How, Antonio? What unkind hand has robbed me of the justice of killing thee?
His that was once thy friend Marcel.
Oh, dost thou know my shame? Oh,
I know thou art false to friendship, and therefore do demand mine back again. Thou used it scurvily.
thou knowst too much to think I've injured thee.
Not injured me. Who was it promised me Hippolyta, who his alliance and his friendship too, and who has broke them all, but thou, perfidious. Come, 'tis Hippolyta that I demand.
By this he should not know my sister's shame. Oh, sir, you must not have Hippolyta.
How? Not have Hippolyta? Though every step were guarded by a brother, though she were circled round about with rivals, ye should not all have the power to keep her from me. Not have Hippolyta! 'Tis death, sir! Because I do not know my birth and cannot boast a little empty title, I must not have Hippolyta. Now I will have her. And when you know I can, you shall petition me to marry her. And yet I will not do it. Come, sir!
They start to fight.
hold, brave man, or turn your sword on me. I am the unhappy cause of all your rage. Hat, hair falls down. Tis I. Oh wait, no, I'm still pretending to be Alonso.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, wait, no, I'm not. 'Tis I, generous Alonso, that can tell you what he's ashamed to own, and thou wilt blush to hear.
Hippolyta, thou wretched, wicked woman! Thus I reward thy sins.
You already stabbed me once.
He offers to
alive.
kill her. Antonio steps in between.
Hold, sir, and touch her not without my leave. She is my wife. By sacred vows, my wife.
I understand no riddling, but whoever thou beest, man or woman, thou'rt worth our care. She faints. Come, let us bear her hence.
Oh,
I faint.
Stay, Hippolyta, and take me with
The
thee.
blood loss.
For I have no use of life when thou art gone. No, don't leave me, Hippolyta, no. No.
And then I die. No.
Here, kill me, brave Marcel, and yet you need not. My own remorse and grief will be sufficient. I credit thee and leave thee to their mercy.
I come out of my faint, Doc. That goodness, sir, has called me back to life. To pay my humble thanks, could you have mercy to pardon me? You might redeem my soul.
I have some pity I have yet that may preserve thee too, provided this repentance is not feigned. My life, sir, is security for both. Doubt not, I'll take the forfeit. Sir, come, Hippolyta. Thy father's house shall once again receive thee. Lean on my arm, dearest.
Okay.
Sir, by the way, I'll let you know her story, and then perhaps you will not blame my friendship.
And in return, I'll give you back Clorinda and beg your pardon for the wound I gave you.
Excellent. Leaving Hippolyta. Act
You
5.
stabbed me here, I stabbed you there.
Equals stabbing.
Stab for stab.
Everywhere.
All the stabbing. All the stabbing.
So much stabbing.
Act 5, Scene 1. A garden. Enter Cleonte, Clorinda, weeping, Dormadia, and Francesca. Fear not. I'll use my interest both with your mother and my father to set your heart at rest, whose pain I feel by something in my own. The gods reward your bounty, fair Cleonte.
Aye, madam, I beseech you, make our peace with my good lady her mother, whatever becomes of the rest, for she die with grief. Oh. She had but 2 fair pledges of her nuptial bed, and both by cruel fate are ravished from her. Manuel, a child, was lost, and this, not holy relics, but more strictly guarded, 'tis false Marcel betrayed me to debauch her.
Alas, had you a brother once? Madam, I might have had, but he was lost ere I was born. Ah, would my Silvio had been so. By what strange accident, Clorinda?
Madam, I can inform you best.
Do then, Dormadia.
Madam, you must know my Lady Octavia, for that's her name, was in her youth the very flower of beauty and virtue. Oh, such a face and shape, had you but seen her. And though I say it, madam, I thought myself too somebody then.
Thou art too tedious, madam. 'Tis true my mother had the reputation of both those attractions, which gained her many lovers. Amongst the rest, Don Manuel and Don Alonso were most worthy her esteem.
Aye, madam, Don Alonso, there was a man for you, so obliging and so bountiful. Well, I'll give you an argument of both to me, for you must know I was a beauty then, and worth obliging. But he was the man my lady loved, and though Don Manuel were the richer, but to my own story.
Forward, Clorinda. But as most happens, we marry where our parents like, not we. My mother was disposed of to Don Manuel.
Aye, madam, but had you seen Don Alonso rage, and how my lady took this disappointment, but I, who was very young, and very pretty, as I told you before.
Forbear, madam, 'tis true. Alonso was so far transported that oft he did attempt to kill my father. But bravely, though, and still was Wrong!
No, yeah, that's right.
No, but I'm pretty sure that's not her
Oh,
line.
Typo.
It's gotta be Clorinda's, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Forbear, madam, 'tis true. Alonso was so far transported that oft he did attempt to kill my father, but bravely though, and still he was prevented. But when, at the entreaties of my mother, the king confined my father, Alonso then studied a new revenge, and thinking that my father's life depended upon a son he had scarce a year old, he did design to steal him, and one evening, when with this his nurse and maid he took the air, with this desperate lover seized the smiling prize, which never since has heard of. I guess the griefs the parents must sustain.
It almost caused their death, nor did kind heaven supply them with another till long after. Unhappy this was born, which just her father lived to see, and died. Then she was daughter, son, and husband too, to her afflicted mother. But as I told you, madam, I was then in my prime.
No, madam. Judge what her despair must be. No, sorry, Clorinda. No, madam. Judge what her despair must be, who is deprived of all her joys in me. Francesca, see who it is that knocks so hastily. Madam, 'tis Don Marcel leading a wounded man. Oh, my fears, 'tis Silvio. 'Tis not Don Silvio. Enter Marcel, leading Hippolyta, wounded, followed by Alonso and Pedro. Alas, what youth is this you all lead all bleeding?
One that deserves your care. Where's my father?
Not yet returned.
'Tis well. And you, sir, I must confine till I know how to satisfy my honor, and that of my wronged sister. The holy man will soon decide our difference. Pray send for one, and reconcile us all.
I fear, Antonio, still thou dost dissemble.
So let me find forgiveness when I die. If any fear of death have wrought this change, but the pure sense of all my wrongs to thee, knowing thy constant love and virtue to me. I will secure your fear, Francesca. Send for Father Joseph to me, and conduct these gentlemen to the lodgings next to the garden.
Exit
Francesca, Antonio, and Hippolyta.
Prithee, Marcel, are thee and I awake, or do we dream? Thou art in thy father's house, and I that I see those two fair women there. Pray, lovely fugitive, how come you hither?
I thought thou wert mistaken. 'Twas Silvia brought her hither, that false man. But how came you to know her?
Know her? It's life I question my sense. Pray, lady, are you flesh and blood?
Yes, surely, sir, for 'twere pity you should have bestowed your heart on a shadow. I will remember you gave it to one of us last night.
A dream, but are you indeed the same fair person, and this is the same house, too?
I'm afraid your heart's not worth the keeping, since you took no better notice of when you disposed of it.
Faith, madam, you wrong a poor lover who has languished in search of it all this livelong day. All the livelong
Brother,
day.
I beseech you, receive the innocent Clorinda, who I fear will have the greatest cause of complaint against you.
Clorinda. But pray, fair one, let you and I talk a little about that same heart you put me in mind of just now.
Pedro.
Haven't seen him in forever. Act 1, you're back, buddy.
Pedro, how are you doing?
I'm back. Surely... I don't remember. Surely that's my old Mistress Dormadia. 20 years has not made so great an alteration in that ill-favored face of hers. But I can find a lover there. Goes to her. They seem to talk earnestly, sometimes pleasantly, pointing at Clorinda.
Angry boy.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
I was like, yeah, I mean, there's so many. Enough, Clorinda. I'm too well convinced. Wouldst thou hadst still remained a criminal. Now, how can I reward thy faith and love?
I know, Marcel, it is not in thy power. Thy faithless story I am acquainted with.
Do not reproach me with my shame, Clorinda. 'Tis true. To gain thee to consent to my desires, I made an honorable pretense of loving. Pardon a lover, all the ways he takes to gain a mistress so beloved and fair. But I have since repented of that sin, and came last night for thy forgiveness too.
This news indeed. 'Tis fit I keep this secret no longer from my master Don Manuel being dead. My vows expired. Pedro goes to Alonso. And do you mean no more to love me then?
In spite of me above my sense or being,
And yet you'll marry Flavia?
Against my will, or lose a father.
Then I must die, Marcel.
Do not unman my soul. It is too weak to bear the weight of fair Clorinda's tears.
Why was this secret kept from me for so long?
I was obliged by vow, sir, to Don Alonso, my dead master, not to restore you till Don Manuel's death, believing it a happiness too great for his rival, for so he was upon your mother's score.
Have I a mother living?
Here in Madrid, sir, and that fair maid's your sister, pointing at Clorinda.
Wah wah.
I scarce can credit thee, but that I know thee honest.
To confirm that belief, sir, here are the writings of 12,000 crowns a year left you by your father. Your foster father, the brave Alonso, whose name he gave you too.
Well, I mean, now that there's money involved, I'm convinced. Oh, now, Marcel, what all in tears? Why, who the devil would love in earnest? Come, make me judge between you, because that went so well last time.
You'll soon decide it then. My heart's Clorinda's, but my forced vows are given to another.
Vows? Dost think the gods regard the vows of lovers? They are things made in necessity and ought not to be kept, nor punished when broken. If they were, heaven have mercy on me, poor sinner.
Enter Ambrosio.
My father returned.
Bows and goes to him, and then leads Alonso to him.
Sir, this is the gallant man that was designed to be your son-in-law.
You may remember me from Act 3. And that you are not so, sir, was my misfortune only. I am glad to find it so slight to my person, or unknown quality that deprived me of that honor.
To convince you of that, Alonso, I know my father will bestow this other sister on you, more fair and young and equally as rich.
Ambrosio calls Marcel aside.
Yes, Dad?
How? His sister! Fool that I was, I could not guess at this. And now have I been lying and swearing all this while how much I loved her. Well, take one time with another, a man falls into more danger by this amorous humor than he gets good turns by it.
Pardon me, sir. I knew not you had designed her elsewhere, dear Alonso, my father.
Aye, sir, I am much obliged to him. Oh, pox, would I were well with Euphemia.
I protest I could wish.
Aye, so could I, sir, that you had made a better judgment of my humor, almost out. I have no other way to avoid this compliment else. Why, look ye, Marcel, your sister is... Pox, I am ill at dissimulation, and therefore, in plain terms, I am to be married this very evening to another.
This was happy, and has saved me an excuse. But are you in earnest, sir? How is it possible, being so lately come to Madrid?
Destiny, Marcel, which there was no avoiding, though I missed of Hippolyta.
Who is it, prithee?
A woman, I hope, of which indeed I would have been better assured. She was willful. She's called Euphemia.
Oh, our next neighbor, the daughter of old Carlo.
The same.
Thou art happy to make so good a progress in so short a time. But I am...
Not so miserable as you believe. Come, you shall marry Clorinda.
'Tis impossible.
Where's the hindrance?
Well, her want of fortune, that's enough, friend.
Well, stand by and expect the best. He goes to Ambrosio. Sir, I have a humble suit to you. I should be infinitely pleased you could ask me anything in my power, but, sir, this daughter I had disposed of before I knew you would have missed of Hippolyta. Luckier than I expected. Sir, that was an honor I could not merit, and am contented with my fate. But my request is that you would receive into your family a sister of mine, whom I would bestow on Don Marcel.
Ha! What mean you, sir? A sister of yours?
Yes, she will not be unwelcome. This is she. This is the daughter to Octavio. Her mother was a lady whom I once did adore, and 'twas her fault she was not more happy with me than with Don Manuel. Nor have I so wholly forgot that flame, but I might be inclined to your proposal. But, sir, she wants a fortune. That I'll supply.
You supply, sir? On what kind of score, I pray?
That which you'll suffer without being jealous, when you shall know she is indeed my sister.
How? This brave man my brother?
So they tell me, and that my name is Manuel. 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 Had you not such a brother?
Oh, ye gods, is this the little Manuel?
Yes, Wow, that one went out. Yes, Normandia. Yes, Normandia, and for further proof, see this. Opens his master's bosom and shows a crucifix. Like, just walks up to the guy, rips his shirt open.
You gotta have a little bit of like open shirt
Dramatics.
action in any dramatic show.
Yes.
Like, I'm just saying, there's gotta
Someone's
be like
got to take their shirt off.
Yeah.
This is no bodice ripper, folks.
Apparently, it is a bodice ripper, but more like a fluffy shirt ripper.
This I remember well. It is Don Manuel. Pray let me look upon you just like my lord. Now may the soul of Don Alonso rest in peace for making so hopeful a man of you.
Amen. But, sir, if you approve of my sister, I'll make her as worthy of Marcel as Flavia. I have lost the hopes of her. She's not to be reconciled. Clarinda needs no more than to belong to you, to make her valuable, and I consent with joy. Gives her to Marcel. Here you go.
Here you go.
Great. I really think it's awesome that we're treating these women like objects. And I, with joys beyond expression, sir, receive her.
Gift wrapped and everything.
Pedro,
Gift wrapped in everything.
Pedro, there rests no more than that you wait on my mother, and let her know all that has happened to myself and sister, and that I'll pay my duty to her ere I sleep.
The very joy to find her son again will get my pardon too, and then perhaps Pedro and I may renew our old amours.
Sir, I have another request to make. You must commend, sir. That is, that you will permit this fair company to honor me this evening at my father-in-law's Don Carlo. Oh, has Don Carlo married the Lady Octavia? No, sir, but a worse matter than that. I am to marry his daughter. Oh, sir, Euphemia has too much beauty and virtue to make you doubt your happiness. Well, sir, I must venture that, but your company I'll expect. The ladies may clap on their vizards and make a masquerading night on it, though such freedoms are not very usual in Spain. That we have seen the world may absolve one another. My garden joins to that of Don Carlo, and that way we will wait on you, as soon as I have dispatched a small affair. Your humble servant, sir, goes out. Ambrosio, the other way.
Sister, go you and prepare my father to receive Hippolyta, whilst I go see them married.
Exeunt Cleante and Clorinda. Marcel, passing over the garland, sees Silvio enter in passion, followed by Francesca.
Do not, Francesca, do not blow my flame. The cure thou bringest is much greater than hell. I offer to go, but then I stop.
Ah, Silvio! Unseen, I'll hear their business. I'm going to hide over here behind a curtain, or just like a post. I'm just gonna...
I mean, like a small bush.
Like a small bush. I'm just gonna stand there. You won't see me.
I would fain shun thee, but this impious weight of love upon my soul hinders my flight. I'm fixed like conscious guilt to keep me here, and I am now insensible of fear. Speak on, thou messenger of sacred love. Speak on.
The fair Cleante, sir, whose soul inflamed no less than yours, though with a virgin modesty she would conceal it, pitying now your pain has through my intercessions.
Oh, quickly speak. What happiness deigned me?
To admit you, sir, this night into her chamber?
Death to my soul! What's this?
Her chamber? Is that all? Will this allay this fever in my blood? No, no, Francesca. 'Tis grown too high for amorous parleys only. Her arms, her charming bosom, and her bed must now receive me, or I die, Francesca.
I mean no other, sir. Why can you think a maiden love has, much as you can be, assisted with the silence of the night? Which, veil her blushes too, can say I dare not. Or if she do, she'll speak it faintly o'er, and even whilst she so denies, will yield. Go, go, prepare yourself for this encounter, and do not dally as you did today, and fright your pleasure with the name of sister.
Oh, cursed witch!
What say you, sir?
That name has checked my joy, and makes it strangely silent and imperfect, and I walk away.
Why do you go before you answer me? Follows him into the garden.
I'll follow him and then kill him!
Comes out with the dagger.
Oh, who would be allied unto a woman, nature's loose handiwork, the slight employs of all her wanton hours? Ooh, I could rave now! Abandon sense and nature, hence all considerate thoughts, and in their room supply my soul with vengeance, that may prove too great to be allayed by nature or by love.
Goes into the garden after them. Enter again Silvio, melancholy, followed by Francesca. But will you lose this opportunity, her lodgings too being so near your own?
Hell take her for her wickedness. Oh, that 10,000 mountains stood between us, and seas as vast and raging as her lust, that we might never meet, O perfect woman. I find there is no safety in thy sex, no trusting to thine innocent, that being counterfeit, thy beauty's gone, dropped like a rose o'erblown, and left thee nothing but withered root that can no more bloom.
Alas, I fear I have done ill in this.
I now should hate her, yet there remains something within, so strangely kind to her that I'm resolved to give her one proof more of what I have vowed her often. Yes, I'll kill her.
How kill her, sir? Gods, what have I done?
Yes, can I let her live and say I loved her? No, she shall tempt no more vain yielding men.
Consider, sir, it is to save your life she does it.
My life? 'Twere better she and I were buried.
Enter Marcel from amongst the trees, softly with his dagger behind Silvio.
Quick, in one grave, then she should fall to this. She has outsinned even me in this consent.
Aha! Oh, here they are!
My lord, defend yourself, you are undone else.
Ha! Marcel! She...
Help! Help!
Hell take thy throat!
Enter Ambrosio, Clorinda, Cleante, and the rest of the house.
Hold,
Woke
villain,
everybody up at
hold!
this point.
Hold, villain, hold! How darest thou how darest thou thus rebel, ungrateful wretch?
This cause, sir, is so just that when you hear it, you'll curse me that I let him live thus long. He loves my sister, sir, and that lewd woman repays his lustful flame, and does this evening invite him to her bed. Ooh! Oh! Let me kill him. Oh!
That he should love Cleante I'll allow, and her returns too, whilst they're innocent.
But, sir, he does not love her as a sister.
If that be all his crime, I still forgive him. We're very good with these kind of things here. It's very different in Spain.
Spain's different. It's like Mississippi. It's fine. Yes, sir. 'Tis true. I do adore my sister, but I'm so far from that foul thing he named that I could think I had a secret thought that tended that way. I would search it thus. I go to stab myself very slowly.
What mean you by this desperation?
Oh, take this woman from my sight, for she has finished what this has ill begun. Oh!
Thus low, sir, for your mercy I must kneel, which yet I must despair of when you know how very, very wicked I have been. Sir, as chaste as angels are.
My sister, innocent? How soon do I do believe thee?
Yes, sir, no, nor know of the evil message which I brought you.
What devil set thee on to tempt me then?
The worst of devils, hopeless raging love, and you, my lord, were the unhappy object.
Oh, sinful woman! What was thy design?
What means all this? At least to have enjoyed him once, which done, thinking it had been fair Cleante, it would have him hate her.
Scrolling. Should all thy other sins be unrepented, the piety of this confession saves thee. Pardon, Cleante, my rude thoughts of thee. I kneel. I had designed to have killed thee, had not this knowledge of thy innocence arrived before I'd seen thee next. And, sir, your pardon too I must humbly beg, to Ambrosio. With license to depart, I cannot live where I must only see my beauteous sister. That torment is too great to be supported, that still must last, and never hope a cure.
Since you are so resolved, I will unfold a secret to you that perhaps may please you.
Low at your feet, I do implore it, sir. I need...
Your quality forbids this ceremony.
How, sir?
Your father was the mighty favorite, the Conde de Olivares. Your mother, Spain's celebrated beauty, Donna Margarita Spagnola, by whom your father had the two natural sons, Don Lovis de Haro and yourself, Don Rodrigo. The story of his disgrace you know with all the world. 'Twas then he being banished from the court, he left you to my care then very young. I received you as my own, and as more than such educated you, and as your father obliged me to do, brought you always up about their majesties, for he hoped if you had beauty and merits, you might inherit part of that glory he lost.
This is wondrous.
This truth you had not known so soon, had you not made as great an interest at court as any man so young ever did. And if I had not acquitted myself in all points and became the friend of so great and brave a man as Conde de Olivares, the fortune he left you was 2 millions of crowns.
Oh.
Let me embrace your feet for this blessed news. Is not the fair Cleante then my sister?
No, sir, but one whom long since I designed your wife, if you are pleased to think her worthy of it. Offers her.
Without her, sir, I do despise my being, and do receive her as a blessing sent from heaven to make my whole life happy.
What say you, Cleante?
Sir, I must own a joy greater than is fit for a virgin to express.
Generous Don Rodrigo, receive me as your friend, and pardon all the fault you found in me as a brother.
Be ever dear unto my soul, Marcel.
Now is the time to present Hippolyta and Antonio to my father, whilst his humor is so good. And you, dear brother, I must beg you to join with us in so just a cause.
You need never doubt my power, and less my will.
Do you prepare him then, whilst I bring them in? For by this I know my confessor has made them one.
Sir, I've a suit to you.
You cannot ask what I can deny.
Hippolyta, sir, is married to Antonio, and humbly begs your pardon for her past fault.
Antonio and Hippolyta? Oh, name them not.
Enter Antonio and Hippolyta, a friar, and Marcel.
Pray, sir, forgive them, your honor being safe, since Don Antonio has by marrying her repaired the injury he did us all, without which I'd have killed him.
Thou art by nature more severe than I. And if thou thinkst our honor satisfied, I will endeavor to forget their faults.
We humbly thank you, sir, and beg your blessing. At least bestow it on Hippolyta, for she was ever chaste and innocent, and acted only what became her duty, since by a sacred vow she was my wife.
How camest thou then to treat her so inhumanely?
In pure revenge to Don Marcel, her brother, and force my nature to a stubbornness which, whilst I did put on, I blush to own. And still, between thoughts so unjust and action, her virtue would rise up and check my soul, which still secured her fame.
And I have not seen in midst of all thy anger, thou'dst turned away and changed thy words to sighs. Dropped now and then a tear as if ashamed, not of thy injuries, but my little merit.
How weak and easy nature makes me rise. I must forgive you both. Come, sir. I know you longs to be secured of what you say you love so much, Cleante.
But, madam, have you fully pardoned me?
We will all join in your behalf, Francesca.
I can forgive you when you can repent.
They
Scene
all
2.
exit.
The House of Carlo. Enter Orlinda.
But is the bride chamber dressed up and the bed made as it ought to be?
As for the making, 'tis as it used to be, only the velvet furniture.
As it used to be? Oh, ignorance. I see these young wenches are not arrived yet to bare imagination. Well, I must order it myself. I'll see that.
Why, Alinda, I hope they will not just go to bed upon their marrying without some signs of a wedding, as fiddles and dancing and so forth.
Oh, good Lord! What joys you have found out for the first night of a young bride and bridegroom! Fiddles and dancing! Oh, they'll be much merrier by themselves than fiddles and dancing can make them, you fool! Oh, bless me, what's I see? It's Hans and Glode.
My, what the devil means she? Look about me, Glode, and see what I have that's so terrible.
Oh, I have... Oh, that's you.
That's
Sorry.
me. It's all right.
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
okay. We'll hang out together a little bit later.
Oh,
All
right.
The one of you, please.
Oh, I have no power to stir. It is a sprite.
What does she mean now, Glode?
That's where I come in. She desires to be satisfied whether we be flesh and blood, sir, I believe.
Does he nothing that's devil-wise about me?
No, indeed, sir, not I.
Why then the wench is tippled, that's all, a small fault.
In the name of goodness, sir. What?
Aye, sir, 'tis that she desires to know.
Who are you, sir?
Why, who should I be, but he that's to be your master's anon, to be...
If this dude right here.
What? Did you come in at the door?
Yes, Mary, did I? What do you think? I creep in like a Lapland witch through the keyholes?
Nay. Oh, sorry, it's not me.
Nay, this could not be the bridegroom.
No, for 'tis but a moment since we left him, you know, in milady's chamber.
Very drunk by this good light.
And therefore, it cannot be mine here, Hans.
What a devil will you persuade me out of my Christian name?
The priest as yet scarce done his office, who is marrying him above to my lady.
Salaramente, here's brave doing to marry me and never give me notice. Or thou art damnable drunk or very mad.
Yes, and I am married to you too, am I not?
You? We know neither of you.
Here's a turn for you.
Enter Carlo. Why? Linda, Doris, Linda, where be these mad girls? 'Tis almost night and nothing in order. Why, what now? Who's here?
So the old man's possessed too. Why, what a devil ails you, sir? Goes roughly to him.
From whence come you, sir? And what are you?
Glode, let's be gone, for we shall be transmigrated into some strange shapes anon, for all the house is enchanted. Who am I, quoth ye? Now, before I came, you all knew me, and now you are very well acquainted with me. You have forgot me. And now you are very well acquainted with me. You forgot me.
If you be my son Hans, how came you here?
If I be your son Hans, where should I be else?
Well, above with your wife, not below amongst the maids.
What wife? What wife? Oh, do not provoke me, lest I take you a slap in the face. I tell you that now.
Oh, I find by his humor that he is, and I'm finely cheated and abused. I'll up and know the truth.
And so will I. Follows.
We leave in a huff.
Absolutely.
Why? But I stay, because, there's a pretty lady here. Why? But, Mistress Olinda, have you not indeed forgot me, have you?
For my lover I have, but perhaps I may call you to mind as my servant hereafter.
Oh, since you're so proud and fickle, you shall stand hereafter as a cipher with me, and I'll begin upon a new account with this pretty maid. What say you, forsooth?
I'm willing enough to get a husband as young as I am.
Why, that's well said. Give your hand upon this bargain, God have mercy, with all me hairy face.
The scene draws off, discovers a chamber. Enter Alonso, Euphemia, and Lovis. To them, Carlo, Hans, and the rest. Oh, I am cheated, undone, abused.
Oh, sir, and where?
Hans sees Alonso dressed like him, goes gazing about him and on himself, calling Gloud to do the same. Oh no, two people looking exactly the same. Oh no. Nay, I know not how or where, but so I am. And when I find it, I will turn you all out of doors. Who are you, sir? Quickly tell me.
If you be in such haste, take the shortest account. I am your son.
I mean, sir, what's your name? And which of you is Hansel von Azel?
Which of us is Hans von Azel? Tell us that, sir. We shall handle ye, faith now. He, sir, can best inform you, pointing to Hans. Who I? I know no more than the great Turk, not I. Which of us is me? Great Turk, not I. Which of us is me? My hat, my feather, my suit, and my garter, all over faith now. And I believe this is me, for I'll trust my eyes before any other sense about me. What sayest thou now, Glode? Guess which of us is thy own natural master now, if thou ernst.
Which, sir? Why, let me see. He turns them both about slowly, like on Project Runway.
Mm-hmm.
Sakes, I cannot tell, sir.
Oh, come.
I'm very nearsighted, though, so that might have something to do with it.
And also, all fops look the same.
It's also true, sir.
Oh, true.
The feathered hat.
Yes, one
Yeah.
feather, you just can't tell.
The tights.
Yeah, tights. There's cross-gartered.
One crosses their garters one way, the other the other.
Yeah.
Come.
Which way is which?
I don't know, and I'll not be fobbed off. Therefore, tell me who you are, sir. To Alonso.
One that was very unwilling to have put this trick upon you. If I could have persuaded Euphemia to have been kind on any other terms, but nothing would down with her but matrimony.
Well, how long have you known her?
Faith, sir, too long by at least an hour.
I say again, what are you, sir?
A man I am, and they call me Alonso.
How? I hope not the great fighting colonel, whom my son served as a volunteer in Flanders?
Even he, sir.
Worse and worse, I shall grow mad to think that in spite of all my care, Euphemia should marry with so notorious a man of war.
How? Is this Alonso? And my cousin? Pray tell me truly, are you not me indeed? All over, sir. Only the inside a little less fool. So here's fine juggling. So here's fine juggling, are you not? Yes, fine juggling. And here's fine juggling, are you not a rare lady, huh?
To Euphemia.
I assure you, sir, if this man had not passed for you, I had never had him.
Had him? Oh, you are a flattering thing. I dare have sworn you could no more have been without me than a barber shop without a fiddle. So I did. Oh, what a damnable voyage have I back again without a wife, too.
If that be all, we'll get you one before you go. Thou shalt be my care.
Just go right out and purchase one. A pox of your care. Well, I will get myself most soundly drunk tonight to be revenged of these two damnable dons. Come, Glode. Now let us about something in order to it.
I was getting married, though. Oh, I guess not. Okay, bye.
Women are just laying around. You can just pick one up off the streets, hand them off.
Yeah, you know.
Fine.
They're
It's
all
a
the
veils.
same. They're equally the same.
I'll get a catalogue.
Right, sir. Be persuaded. He's not worth your owning.
Oh, tell me not of owning. What fortune has he?
His horse and his arms, the favor of his prince and his pay.
His horse and arms I wholly dislike as implementations of war. And that same princely favor, as you call it, will buy no lands, and his pay he shall have when he can get it.
Sorry, that was Lovis, not Euphemia. But, sir, his coming to Madrid was to take possession of a place the princess promised him.
Has promised him what? I shall marry my daughter to the promise of heir prince in Christendom, shall I? No, promises, quoth he.
Well, sir, will this satisfy you? Gives him a parchment.
If it should not, let us consider what next to do.
No consideration, Euphemia. Not so much as that we are married, lest it lessen our joys.
12,000 crowns a year? Well, sir, I cry you mercy and wish you joy with my daughter.
So his courage will down with him now.
To satisfy you farther, read this. Gives him another paper. And now, Euphemia, prepare yourself to receive some gallant friends of mine, whom you must be acquainted with, and who design to make a merry night on't.
A whole night, Alonso?
By no means, Euphemia, for the first two, which, if the thoughts of its being part of my duty do not hinder, will be pleasant enough to me.
Oh, so considerable an offer at court, too. Let me embrace you, sir, and tell you how happy I am in so brave a son-in-law.
With that assurance, sir, I'll take more than ordinary freedom with you, and teach Euphemia a franker way of living than what a native Spaniard would have allowed her.
She shall be what sort of wife you'll have her.
Enter a servant after a noise of music.
With a K, no less. What music's that?
It waits upon some ladies and gentlemen who ask for you, sir.
Wait them in. They are those friends of mine I told you of. He goes and brings them.
in. Enter Marcel and Clorinda, Silvio and Cleante, Antonio and Hippolyta, Dormidia and Francesca, all salute Euphemia. Enter Hans and Gode in masquerade to accompany Orlinda and Doris, masked.
Well, the diligent, if we shall not appear ridiculous enough, huh, Glode?
Aye, sir. The more ridiculous, the better.
I was always proud of that mine. Ha ha, boys, who be all these dons and donnas. Harkee Lovis, I hope the wife you Harkee Lovis, I hope the wife you promised me is amongst these fair ladies, for so I guess they are both fair and ladies.
You guess right, sir.
Now, ladies and gentlewomen, command your music and do what likes you best.
Here's the lady I recommend to you. Take her, sir. Be thankful.
gives him Olinda.
This is the fool I'm to manage.
And this is my lot. She takes Glowed.
You could have had me.
I feel like we were meant to be together, but whatever.
With accents, which we didn't think about beforehand at all. We just feels like fate.
We should, and also a little bit saucy, so I feel like we should have totally married each other.
Should have totally married. We'll just do like the swap thing with the masks, and they'll never
it'll
know.
Be great. We'll just do it like no one will even know. It'll be fun.
Exactly.
A minor edit. It's just an edit. It's a footnote. It's fine. I got white out. It's all good, y'all.
Because I mean, I feel like Olinda and like Glowed have been totally like the whole time.
Yeah.
She had her chance.
Oh, Doris just stole my man. Oh no.
There is within a young father ready to join your hands. Take this opportunity and make sure of a wife.
I warrant you, sir.
Exit Hans, Olinda, Glowed, and Doris. Enter Pedro. Your mother, sir, whom I found more dead than living for the loss of your sister, was very near dying outright with joy to hear of your arrival and most impatiently expects you.
Are we all forgiven, Pedro?
Yes, you and I are like to be fellow servants again, Dormindia.
And fellow lovers too, I hope, Pedro.
The devil's initiative age had not allied flames of all sorts in thee, but if you contribute to my allowance.
Thou knowest I could never keep anything from thee, Pedro.
Come, ladies, there is a small banquet attends you in the next room.
Sylvia.
Oh, that's me. We'll wait on you, sir.
Enter Hans, Gerd, Olinda, and Doris.
Hold, and give me joy too, for I am married, if she had not mistaken a man again, and I my woman.
No, you're the man I look for. I mean, really, it's Glowed, but it's fine. and I, no cheat, having all about me that you look for too. Well but money.
Discovers herself.
Oh, I do. It's me.
How, Olinda?
Yes, indeed, sir. I served me lady first, and then thought it no offense to take the reward due to that service.
Here's a Spanish trick for you now, to marry a wife before one sees her.
What? Therese, married too? After your example, madam.
Yes, indeed, forsooth, I've made bold to, after the example of my master, though I still think there was a little bit of a swap there, but, we might, be able to finagle this. Like, in England, I hear divorce is legal, so,
That'll be an entirely different farce of the bedroom.
Yes.
The sequel.
The sequel.
The sequel, Cose van tutte, and, it's all happening.
Linda and Glowed.
Now do they all expect I should be dissatisfied, but, gentlemen, in sign and token that I am not, I'll have one more merry frisk before we part. 'Tis a witty wench. Faith and troth after a month, 'tis all one who's who. Therefore, come on.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a lot of dancing.
Monsieur Hans, I see you are a man of gallantry. Come, let us in. I know every man here desires to make this night his own and sacrifice it to pleasure. The ladies too in blushes do confess equal desires, which yet they'll not confess. Theirs, though less fierce, more constant will abide, but ours less current, grow the more they're tried.
And on that, the curtain falls on Aphra Behn's Dutch lover. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for this wonderful, wonderful treat. Thank you, Jim, for spending some time talking to yourself again. We appreciate it.
It's marvelous.
It is marvelous, isn't it? It is a marvelous thing to embrace. We're going to go around and feel free to put any links you want, plug anything you want to cast, but we're going to go in opposite order. So, Trooper, thank you. Thank you for being both a wonderful... raging Marcel and just the worst in Antonio.
The worst. I was like, this is my time to be a rage monster, and also the worst. I feel like Iago's still worse than Antonio, but nonetheless, Antonio's pretty bad. But everybody's married now, so it's fine, and I'm sure all the relationships
will last a really long time with the kind of strong foundation they have all built in this play. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Look, at least this time when you raged out, you didn't end up with your hands around Lindy's throat.
That's true. There was no there was a little bit of stabbing.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
just no full-on murder. So
Yeah.
You stabbed her, not killed her.
yeah. So, stabbed her and it was like, oh, sorry.
My bad.
My bad. This was so lovely. I love this. It's one of my favorite things in this moment of social isolation and all of that business. Doing these things brings a light and a joy, and to do so with such great company makes me very, very happy. So thank you. And you can find me at Trooper SJP, which is my channel. When I do lots of things, but tonight, today's Wednesday, tonight at the time at
8 p.m.
8 p.m. I am going to be there with Prax and also Lindy, both of these two, for the season finale of season 1. Season 2 starts right afterwards. But the point is, the season 1 finale of Witcher Family of Wraiths, and I just feel like it's gonna be there's gonna be bad things happening. And so you should come and protect us from them as viewers. Thank you. And then on Friday at 7 p.m. I'll be running my French Resistance campaign, City of Light and Shadow, over on my channel, Trooper SJP. So that's where you can find me. And thanks a lot. Woo!
Yay! Yay! I don't know if Ezrin is a better lover than Marcel.
Marcel likes okay, here's the thing. Marcel is Sonny from The Godfather, and I feel like nobody wants to date Sonny from The Godfather. I feel like that's just never a good sign. Just never.
Nope, nobody wants to be Sonny. Nobody wants to date Sonny.
Mm-mm.
But next up, Lindy. Hey, you didn't
That
die.
was so good. I didn't die. We had Trooper and I almost had 2 romances, but we got bamboozled at the end.
So much bamboozling. So
much
unfair.
bamboozling. The chemistry was all there. May have been mostly in the accents, but it was all there. I had an absolute blast with that. It was strange not dying, but we did still have quite a quarrel as lovers, so I feel like that was on par for us.
Yeah, totally.
Had a blast, lots of fun. You can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I will be there tonight with bells on to be my elf healer because this group needs that. And she's amazing and I love her very much. And just follow me on Twitter for stuff on my channel. This Friday, in addition to our regular things, weekly things, we have our once a month Aliens game on my channel, and where we're starting an hour earlier, so 8 Eastern. And it's usually about 3.5 hours long, and it is intense, terrifying, dramatic. It's everything, and it's also like got a little Blade Runner mixed in, a little Predator mixed in. It's good. You should check it out.
Yes, I firmly recommend watching the horror that is Aliens and Travis. All that. It is hilarious and
He's
fun.
very into it.
He's very into it. Next up, Kat. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for embracing this wonderful crazy that I do.
Thank you for having me. I love these. I never laugh so hard, and it always leaves me feeling so. I'm in a good mood. I smile for the rest of the day, because it's just so much fun, and getting to share a virtual table, with all of these incredibly talented and wonderful people is just a real thrill. And thank you for inviting me and for having me. I love you guys so much. I'm Kat. I'm at Cleric of Cord. I play games on the internet with my friends. And tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be playing Masks with Jim. We did a little Starcross last week on Friday. Made some things canon between our characters. And it's getting just a tiny bit spicy. They're holding hands and kissing each other on the cheek now.
Yes.
We've gotten to that part.
Was somebody kidnapped? Is there like a comedy of errors? How Dutch lover is this Masks campaign?
He kissed her under the stars at the planetarium.
So the answer is no, not at all.
They were repeating the same day over and over about 80 times, if that helps. But
possibly. Sorry.
But yeah.
All right. Well, then next up, and certainly not least in any way, shape, or form, Jim, thank you again for jumping in last minute. I appreciate it so much.
Oh, this was awesome. I'd been wanting to. I was so glad I was able to come back and read with Lindy and Trooper and Kat as well, and this just was so glorious. It's I did not realize that the what roles the characters I was signing on to when I started. I just randomly. It sort of grabs like, oh, you play Alonso, okay. But I am. It is awesome because I have now once again I get to check the bucket list of the of doing the Kevin Kline thing of playing two characters in the same production, one of which impersonates the other. So that was an utter delight. Cross that off my bucket list because that was a joy. No, this was so much fun. I am utterly delighted by the whole thing. But as for where you can find me, yes, I am Other Doc on both Twitch and Twitter. And my website is jimmyesthatjim.com, where I have various links to various things, including game signups. So tonight we're doing masks. As previously foretold, run by Molthulu. On Friday evening, we're doing early evening. We're doing a continuance of a story game set in space that I've put together called Hidden Qualities. We started it on Sunday, and now we just want to finish it up. So we're doing that Friday. On Saturday nights, I run Invisible Sun. On Sundays, Sunday afternoons, we do one-shots. One shot coming up is Futurity. On Sunday night, we have our Dark Matter campaign, Ghosts of Saltmaw, Ghosts of Saltmarsh in Space. On Tuesdays, we currently have a double header going, where we're doing in the afternoons, we're finishing up Las Vegas. And in the evenings, we've just started Monster of the Week, and that's going to go for the month of April. And so many things, so many things, but it is glorious.
Well, thank you again all for coming. Thank you all of you viewers for being here and enjoying the wonderful craziness that we put on and the hilarity as we cold read some of these things to just come across, be like, yeah, this is fun. But as for me, hey all, you know me, I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, and this is my channel, Praxagora Thesmophoria. You see me around Twitch doing a lot of things, playing games with my friends. As for us tomorrow, we're continuing our look at comedy. Tomorrow we have a presentation of, due to popular request, Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. And
I'm so injured that I cannot be there.
It will be a very interesting cast. You be on the lookout for the cast announcement later today. It will be hilarious, and I fully embrace all of this that will be there. And then Friday, I'm giving into my temptation and doing my favorite play of all time, and officially hashtag the thirstiest play in history with Aristophanes' Lysistrata. Because Lysistrata is a thing that needs to be shared with the world, particularly now. You can find me tonight, as people said, over on Tales from the Grim as we get ready for the finale of Witcher Family of Wraiths. I feel that Aphra kind of got to embrace her emotions a little and is now probably gonna just straight up, like... Well, she's gonna let Eris stab the bitch, and then she's gonna freeze her heart and stomp on it and shatter it. That's what's gonna happen. Sorry,
But what if it was all a mistake? What if there was like a comedy of errors? Like, what if...
Well, we'll keep up with the Shakespeare tradition and wait 3 minutes too long.
Yes.
To realize.
3 minutes
Solid
early.
plan.
No, that's the thing is we don't.
Oh yeah.
Because you have to kill them 3 minutes before you
3
find
minutes
out.
before.
That's
Yes,
right, yeah.
3 minutes
Right.
before.
So
And then on Thursday, over on Wandering DM, we're back with Dragon Age, The Search for Anders, and that is a wonderful game that I wish everyone can come watch. Wonderful Cypher of Tyr is the DM for that, and it is all the hilarity you didn't know you needed in a Dragon Age game. Friday, we have Cyberpunk Red, and other than that, I will see you. Check my Twitter, because I always post where I'm going to be and all of the fun things that I do in the games that I write. So, although the curtain may fall on this performance, we look forward to it rising again tomorrow. Thank you all for coming, and thank you. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.